Live on American Zombie tonight, streaming a little early. New Year's Day. Happy New Year's. Really, it's the turn. New Year's really coming in April. The birth of spring in the Northern Hemisphere. I'd like to say what's up to everybody. Tonight is a hot topic, the truth about rap music. I don't know, it might summon Scribe or somebody else to come and try to defend the detrimental effects that we have from the scientific studies. Now, of course, it's not just rap music. We have rock music, we have pop music. Not the best thing to be listening to. There are songs that are good, that make us feel better, but the majority on end is programming. It's very much programming. When we look up, and anybody can look it up, there's going to be some good songs, and there's going to be some songs that when you think about it, you say, how did this song even get published? Like, what are they doing? What type of agenda is this? You know, I don't agree with the whole Tupac thing, getting people to say the N word, degrade themselves. It's like women calling themselves the B word or something like that. We want to keep it respectful. We want to actually have music that uplifts us. And there is music that does that, right? Some of the songs in the 70s, there was one song, I think it was Your Love is Lifting Me Higher. It's actually a pretty good song. So when you think about that, your love is lifting me higher than I've ever been lifted before. It has a good ring to it. It's fun. It's happy. I've noticed even a lot of disco tunes. People want more togetherness. You don't feel angry after you listen to music like that. You actually feel better. Now, if you're not in a good mood and you're listening to music that is happy, it can put you in a good mood. But if you're not in a good mood and you listen to music that is angry, we can imagine what can happen. It's the last thing that a person would want to be listening to. I've heard a lot of people make videos and criticize this, but funny enough, a lot of those videos don't really go into depth about like with the studies. Like there was a study from the National Institutes of Health, a prospective study of exposure to rap music, and had some pretty good stuff in there that a lot of people will take with a grain of salt, but it is what it is. And the study sample was through 1996 to 1999, and they screened female teenagers, right, residing in non-urban, right, lower socioeconomic status neighborhoods, from school health classes and county health department clinics to determine their eligibility for participating in an HIV prevention program. Adolescents were eligible to participate if they were African American females between 14 and 18 and had been sexually active in the previous 6 months and provided written informed consent. So they did this with levels of exposure. Black Circle, good to see you, my brother. Always, man. Always a pleasure, bro. Going into the new, man, 2026, brother. Who knows what awaits for us? Could be the last year. Could be last year of a lot of things, man. Hopefully things get better. Hopefully. So levels of exposure to rap music, the predictor variable, was determined by asking adolescents to estimate the number of hours they viewed rap music videos. So as the story goes on, they have little test groups, and the health risk behaviors assessed whether adolescents had hit a teacher, been involved in a fight, been arrested, used alcohol or drugs, either tranquilizers, marijuana, amphetamines, lysergic acid, diethylamide, LSD basically, cocaine or crack, had multiple sex partners, used condoms. It went pretty deep. And the results showed that out of 522 single African American females. Of those enrolled, 92.2% completed the 12-month follow-up. And it didn't have the greatest results on rap music. You know, New Year Zombie, man. This is it, brother. You know it. New Year Zombie, man, is what it is, man. And yeah, when we look at this, and you know, I can understand other people's point of view, Scribe and all of that with the Tupac stuff. I think that if the generation we grew up in at that time in our teenage years were very susceptible to being imprinted upon by the music, which I think all commercial music is government produced. You're not going to have something produced out there that the government doesn't want out there. So again, we live under this illusion of thinking that things are free and it's a free press and all of that. No, very much not. So as we go into this a little further, they said over the 12-month follow-up of the girls who listened to hip hop, right? 37% acquired a new sexually transmitted disease. Now, this is in the National Institutes of Health. Anybody can look this up. And this is why maybe people should listen to more positive types of music that might not push somebody to have or do irresponsible actions, especially with promiscuity, drugs, or some other type of action. There are music genres, there are songs out there that are actually more beneficial. And so it increased the STD rate, hit a teacher, 5% about. So aggression toward people that are there just to teach you. Arrests went up 12%. And then about 15% had sex with someone other than their steady partner. And then 44%, a little over 44%, reported using drugs and consume alcohol. Now, this is a study dealing with rap. There are other things that rock music has been said to be responsible for, with hurting oneself, depression. We see this with death metal, especially. There is I think almost a 20% chance of people, 20% actually statistic of people ending. And that's not the best thing. So with the truth about rap music, as the title is saying, it's just what we see. Like if you look at the angry face that I put on the thumbnail, and it wasn't even that I put it there purposely. Anybody can find pictures. If you type in pictures of rappers, you don't really see too many of them smiling. You might see some pictures, like surprisingly enough, Puff Daddy is one that you'll see smiling in a lot of pictures. A lot of people are very opinionated on why he might be smiling. But of course, he's also in the thumbnail not really smiling that much because they got him in the orange. You know, when he's in the orange, I don't think too many people smiling in the orange, you know. But we see that something happened. There's something behind the scenes on that. The fact that he was rocking for basically over 30 years, man. I mean, you're looking at some serious airtime with P. Diddy. And then to going through guys, man, Biggie, Tupac, all those guys. I mean, that just the amount of people, I think Craig Mack too, and a few others. But I wonder, why is it always some type of beef with rap music? I don't really see, or maybe I'm just not finding the stories of rock stars beefing to where they're basically causing violence to one another. Now, I'm not saying that some of them aren't violent. There are some crazy instances in rock music throughout the decades. I mean, just right out of National Enquirer type stuff. But rap music takes the cake. With people just ending each other, always some type of beef, trying to put on a persona of being tough. This doesn't give the best image of people, and they fall into that as well. They fall into thinking, oh, they're some type of tough guy. They forget that they're not, and then it can get serious. It can get more serious than they expect. We saw the things with 6ix9ine, right? He tried to play like he was a gangster or something. Then when he got caught, he wasn't so tough at that point. This type of music creates a character that people play. Most of the time, it doesn't take long for them to forget that they're playing a character. And that's where the problem begins. They think they're something they're not. And when you meet up with real people that play that role, then it gets serious. And this is why a lot of people get into stuff and it doesn't turn out to be the most beneficial in these rap beefs. Kalala, good to see you. Used to be a rap zombie. Now I prefer as little vocals as possible, house, techno, etc. I hear you, man. I definitely hear you, brother. Aloha, Drew. Good to see you, man. AP 530, mainstream rap is silliness. Underground rap scene was the real grimy insanity. Yeah, it was, man. It really was. Wow. So when you got wow at gunpoint was literally living out a new rap song that was on the radio. Wow, that's crazy. I remember you telling me, yeah, a lot of stuff had happened, and you've experienced a lot of that living in some seriously tough areas. I mean, Philly's off the handle. Certain parts of Jersey is off the handle. New York City, Chicago is just off the Richter scale. It just, even Cleveland, I've heard, is pretty not the best place that people really want to be. And yeah, but back to the study. Yeah, so I mean, and rock music we do see as well. They're saying here, you know, these people that were tested, the sexual multiple sex partners went up. In rock music, we see that a lot too. We see a lot of that. I mean, in at concerts. I mean, at concerts, it gets bad. You see some people that just yeah, it gets really bad at certain concerts where people are getting into orgy type of stuff, and you wonder about that. You say to yourself, like, wow, so what is this place? Would you want, if you had a daughter or a son, you know, would you want that person to be, it makes you look back and take a good look at what society's really pushing. You know, even if you're with a partner, would you want them to have that type of stuff in their past? People look so zombified at these concerts in the audience. We saw it with the Travis Scott concert, where it didn't have such the best turnout of what was going on. Some people say it goes into some ritualistic type of stuff. Who knows? Possibly. I mean, I would say it's a strong possibility of that. Jailhouse Max, good to see you, man. He says musicians equals the magicians. They hypnotize the people at the concert. Yeah, it really. Yeah, the hypnotism. Anybody can see it, man. When you look at it, thanks, bro. That's yeah. Adding that in, man. Rap destroyed every city in the USA. It was part of a government psyop to assist in degrading society. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Like when I try to talk to some people about, I don't think that there's any such thing as positive rap, but hey, there might be. People might come up with songs and say, okay, this song, when they listen to it, makes them feel good, whatever. But it's all a psyop. I mean, rock music, there was I think his channel is something Logos Media or something. They're kind of religious, but they touch upon something with the music from the 60s and 70s, and they talk about, it's been 50, 40 years that they've been playing this music, and some of the tunes are catchy. But the guy made a good point. He said, they're constantly playing this stuff. He goes, this is not a coincidence. They're not letting it die. They're saying, look, this programming music works. Why would we ever stop it? And the new stuff is just on another level. They're just blatantly open. At least they tried to hide it a little back in the day. Today, they just don't care. They're like, look, put on some goat hoofs and horns and just go out there and sing the song. And I think they're using them very, very much for political agendas, is what people were saying. I mean, we saw Eminem making his so-called democratic rap or something like that back when I think Trump was running for the first time. And you guys already know, I don't think there's any politician you got to be careful, man. You got to be careful. I just don't see what other people are believing in. Every 4 years, it's like I don't see anybody making it really better. You didn't think, for the people that are old enough, when George Bush was in office in 2000, you would think that the next people would be better, but it wasn't. And the fact that he got a second term was like, that's crazy. I think this one, what people see is that if you don't play the game, they'll pull you out. They'll let you come back in, but you better play the game. I was surprised that Trump didn't do 8 years straight. The fact that he didn't push their, agenda, what some people were saying, that changed things. They put Creepy Joe in there, and then, now we got. This is it's such a cluster. Just, I don't even know. It's embarrassing when I think about it. But the rock music, yeah, man, Thug Life, man. You already know, Thug Life, man. Yeah, Scribe definitely got to have that album. AP says, I often wonder if they had AI writing songs in the 60s and 70s. It was all a psyop from early on. Yeah, man, I wouldn't put it past them having AI even before that, bro. I really, this stuff that they have, it ain't coming out 10, 20 years ago. They keep stuff. They have like a whole rollout plan. Creepy Joe was too mentally incompetent to push their agendas. He was out to lunch. He was straight Weekend at Bernie's, man. He was very, very Weekend at Bernie's. Yeah, it was ridiculous with Creepy Joe. I can imagine like what other countries just looking at that, like being like, man, the population over here is just asleep. But with the rap study, it's saying about African-American female teenagers identifying with the characters and themes in rap music videos. So we see clearly that the youth start to identify with these characters, identifying with the themes in rap music videos, which some of the themes in those videos are not the best. They had one with, I think it was a Dr. Dre video, definitely in the 90s, I would think. And this girl came to the party and she wasn't really like I think she was acting like she was all that or, pretty. But in the video, they took the fridge, when they opened it up, was all filled with 40 ounces. It was ridiculous. Just again, when people try to identify with these characters, they see that. What do they want to do? They want to get a fridge full of 40-ounce small liquors, which is not the best thing to drink. So in that video, they end up like shaking the bottles up and pouring over the girl. And I'm saying, well, if people are identifying with these characters and they engage in those behaviors, they're going to want to copy that. They're going to want to do that. Even if somebody doesn't act out or something at a party, it's like, because the girl didn't like them, for them to do that, I see why these studies are showing that the African American females and males that listen to certain rap music, the females are more likely to take the abuse that the males might dish out, and all has some type of correlation back to the musical studies and how it can influence people. But magically, the zombies don't care. They're not really gonna, they're gonna try to make an excuse as to why it's not really the rap music or the rock music or the pop. Secret Consciousness, good to see you, brother. Salute. Yeah, so the truth about rap music, the truth about rock music, pop music. I mean, I don't know what Bad Bunny would be considered, maybe in between. That's a weird, pretty weird dude, man. Yeah, it's kind of makes you wonder. But it says, although not specifically referring to rap music videos, Passant noted that the glorification of drugs, violence, and sex in films, in particularly dangerous to young Africans, is particularly dangerous to young African Americans who are not exposed to many positive role models in the media. It makes you wonder why positive role models are kept out of the media. If somebody's looking at Jay-Z or Kanye or Dre or Eminem or any of these guys as a role model, it never began. It's just like, what the heck is going on? This concern is equally, if not more, applicable to the African American female adolescents, given their high level of exposure to rap music, of course, and the degrading portrayal of those women as well in many rap music videos. It's just, it's a thing. I mean, when we compare it to other genres of music, that's when we start to see, what's going on. Yeah, Scribe, I don't know if he'll hop on with the Tupac thing. I mean, I know I had other streams where I showed the bed sheets and all of that. I was surprised that they even had Tupac bed sheets. It was very surprising to me that they had stuff like that. I was like, wow, this is just like almost unbelievable. I think they have the Eminem stuff too. It's just like, why would, what parent buys that for their kid? How mentally gone does a person have to be to buy Tupac or Eminem bed sheets? I just don't get it. I just don't get it. It just, it has me like, man, just some crazy, just crazy stuff. Yeah, it's definitely something that's deep into the hiding. But this study here, that was from the National Institutes of Health, NIH.gov. Anybody can check it out. They have some pretty good articles. A prospective study of exposure to rap music videos. Rap music videos and African American female adolescents' health. So that's the can rap music cause anxiety? The AI overview is saying yes, rap music can cause anxiety for some people, especially aggressive or intense tracks with fast beats, harsh lyrics, or themes of conflict, which can trigger the body's stress response. So when we have an album called Strictly for My Jiggers, or some of the other ones that weren't the most friendly names, what do we have with NWA, right? Jiggers for Life, right? I think that was one of the names. We had what Tupac had, that other one, All Eyes on Me or something like that. I mean, it was such a orchestrated thing when you look at the line of albums, and then he's portrayed as basically like a rap messiah or something. It just and then he gets ended. It's like this seems too orchestrated. Seems too orchestrated, and people think it's real. I'm not saying it's not or it couldn't be. I just don't think, in my opinion, that it really was. It could be. It could be. It's a possibility. Jailhouse Maxer, brother, thank you for the support, man. He says heavy metal infiltrated some suburban middle class white families, teaching kids to rebel. Absolutely. Absolutely. The rebelliousness of heavy metal was all orchestrated. Yeah. Infiltrated suburban middle class white families, and the kids were getting very rebellious. They were wearing stuff that it was very close to how rap kind of teaches people. Certain raps teach people to denigrate themselves, wear certain costumes that when somebody sees them, it's immediately associated with that type of music and behavior. Heavy metal, yeah, did the same thing. Thank you, brother. Yeah, definitely appreciate that, man. And you're bringing it real. I'm going to look it up right now, too, to see if I can heavy metal, because this is very important. Heavy metal and rebellious and rebellious behavior. Rebellious behavior, yeah. Seeing, why is it telling me I spelled the okay, it's two L's, I guess. Okay. Rebellious behavior. So heavy metal and rebellious behavior. Heavy metal music is often linked to adolescent rebellion and reckless behavior. Wow. Jailhouse Maxer, you are on point, bro. I remember seeing this. I definitely things like drug use, vandalism, risky driving. And you know something? There was a song that I remember came out by Sammy Hagar. This had to be in the 70s. It was before my time. But in the 80s, in the movie Heavy Metal, they had the song called, I think it was I Can't Drive 55. So how they're saying here, risky driving, it's like, yeah, that right, the song itself. But research also suggests it offers a healthy outlet for intense emotions. Really. So it's, come on, forces identity. Really, any music trying to force your identity is not good. This is how we definitely have to look through the illusions. It provides a sense of empowerment. You got to be crazy, man. I mean, the biasness when I look at some of this stuff, acting as a symbolic space, shadows the aspect of the self rather than directly causing violence. Really, really. I think whoever I'd have to go more in deep, because there are a lot of songs I could name that were very rebellious and could push people to take some type of violent action. Judas Priest, just the name. I think Breaking the Law was one of their songs. Some Heads Are Gonna Roll, another one. Not the most happiest tunes out there. So yeah, Can't Drive 55. That's exactly what it was. Yeah. Yeah, that was definitely the name. And that would encourage people. I could see people listening to that and speeding. They saying they can't drive 55, like, hey, to just come out with a song like that is extremely irresponsible, especially if people have lost kids to anything like that. Jailhouse Maxer says different races and cultures, but it had the same effect. People didn't like the skateboard monster energy drinking punks in the white culture. Yeah, that, to make it worse, they got the skateboard, they're flipping around, and then they're drinking the energy drinks. It's just, yeah, it's not a good mixture. Just it says here, Early studies found associations between heavy metal preference and increased rates of recklessly, driving recklessly, substance abuse, vandalism, and sexual risk taking, alongside lower self esteem or family satisfaction in some groups. Adolescent alienation. So we had stuff like that there. We got Jake up in the house. How's everything going, man?
Andy, how's it going, man? Talk about rock music and metal music. So I figured I'd jump on, maybe help out a little bit on that aspect of things. And it's
Yeah.
funny because right before you said things, I was thinking the same thing, man. You're like, you say Judas Priest, first on the pops of my head is breaking the law, breaking the law. And then you said, like, even talk about speeding. And I'm thinking, like, I can't drive 55, like that old 70s song, man. So, man, all those songs you're talking about, like, they're in my head as soon as you mentioned it, man. Like the most famous songs and zombifying people to do exactly what they wanted to do, man. And I got those zombie tunes stuck in my head, and definitely been a rock zombie and a metal zombie. Um, that's where I would say my most zombie traits are is in music, and then as far as sports go, I know we had the Sports Ball Zombie podcast or live stream a little while ago, and UFC. I still consider that sports ball, even though it's not a ball or whatever. It's still entertainment. There's still the UFC is now under investigation for fixing fights, just like the NBA is under investigation for throwing games, and the refs are under investigation, and all this stuff. It's like, man, it's all rigged. It's all, man, just it's bread and circuses, man. And then it's like another way for like rich people like launder their money or steal money from like the poor man. So it's just it's all the same BS.
Yeah, man. It's crazy. I mean, I don't know if Scribe's gonna hop on with the Tupac thing. AP says, yeah, all pro sports are rigged. I would even go as far as to say even non-pro. It's just a whole rigging event, man. UFC especially, man. It's like the more you look at the fights, the more you see how it could be fixed.
Man, like it's the same thing as everything else, man. Like I've been watching UFC since like the real early days, like pretty much when it started, and man, it was so awesome in the beginning, but definitely lately, like when it started gaining more popularity in the past 10 years, like
Mm-hmm.
it would noticeably started going downhill, especially over the last 5 years. Once the whole Conan thing started,
Mm-hmm.
that's when there was a big decline because the UFC kept pushing to have still do fights, and it was like one of the only like sports on TV. So just like a lot of the sports ball zombies just like migrated over to it. And then just like anything that goes mainstream, it just gets watered down and diluted and corrupted. And so definitely the last 5 years has been a lot worse, man. It was a steep decline, once Conan happened. But it used to be awesome, but of course it's corrupted now.
Yeah.
Just like, man, there used to be a thing called the CrossFit Games. And when I was really into fitness and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
CrossFit was kind of like newer, and like it was the grand prize was like, I don't know, $10,000 or something like that. Maybe like the winner got like 20,000, second place guy got like 10,000 or something like that. But then ESPN started sponsoring it, started putting it on TV, and when the early days when that first or second CrossFit Games, it's almost like the Olympics for the CrossFit Games, whatever. People come from all over the world and compete, and all the guys were all skinny doing it because it's a lot of endurance and like you need some strength, but it was all like skinny, like athletic, skinny type of looking guys. But then, now the grand prize is like $250,000 and then like $1 million as it gets bigger and bigger. And then, once it started getting, more and more money being awarded to the winners. Now all of a sudden these guys are jacked up on certain steroids where, it gives them endurance and they're jacked. It's just like everything is corrupted. All the pro sports guys are all on some type of steroids. They've got like steroids that make your reaction time faster. So, when people say steroids, it's not necessarily like, like just getting bulky or whatever. There's steroids for endurance. There's steroids to make your reaction time faster for fighting, and there's all different types of steroids. But the guys were like all natural in the beginning, just like skinny, athletic, skinny type of body types, and then just all of a sudden huge difference in the physiques, and it was just completely unnatural. And meanwhile, I got these people thinking that like, oh yeah, if I just work out a little bit harder, I think I can get there. Like, no, man, it's disgusting. The fitness industry, in quotations, the fitness industry,
Yeah.
it's really just a steroid industry. I mean, it's disgusting.
Yeah. It really is, man. It's like Jailhouse Max says online sports betting makes you a double zombie. Sports and gambling, yes. Double spectrum zombie, man. Strawberry Fields, man. Yep. I mean, it is so Nazi saying NBA, NFL. Yeah, they're all rigged, man. I've heard about the even if the NFL, they have those gloves. Now I don't know how deep it goes. Like they're saying sometimes they have magnets or something like that to attract the ball. Or who knows? I mean, who knows? I mean, the sports zombie.
I've heard magnets inside the basketball to like make them like miss. Some of the ref will hand them a ball with magnets. So how like swirls around the rim. It's like basically like in, and it pops out. It's like because magnets like repelling it, supposedly.
Mhm.
In some people's opinions of what I've heard.
Yeah. And it really makes me wonder. It's like, it's all a game. It's a show to get people to follow.
I think it's got a dual purpose. One, get people to follow. Two, it's reverse funnel to siphon money from the average man to get more money to the elites and the rich who rigged the things. Because the betting lines on these things are what make the FBI question this, because like the betting lines will make like no sense apparently. I don't know. I've never gambled on like sports or anything like that, but sometimes when I'm watching like fight reviews or things like that, or whatever, they'll talk about like the gambling lines and stuff like that. So I'm like, I don't even really know how it works, but I just catch a tiny bit of it. And like the FBI investigating the UFC was like a big thing. So the thing that makes them question it is like, betting lines that make no sense. And I'm like, they can't hide it because now people are like catching on, I guess. Now that online gambling is like a thing, it's like everyone can watch it, and like it's not just at like the Vegas casinos or whatever, it's online now to make sure the zombies don't gotta leave their house, just like the Uber Eats zombies, like whoever orders Uber Eats, there's probably a direct correlation to people who do online gambling.
Yep. Totally, man. It just insider betting. Totally. Usually in combat sports, roids help. Well, some of them, I think it does have a drawback. Mark, what's up, bro? Kalala said Drake has a RICO on him from promoting gambling and buying bottles. Wow. That is crazy, man. Yeah, the mixed misdirection trick. It says here early studies associations between heavy metal preference and increased rates of driving recklessly. That's crazy. And then there's a song directly attributed to that.
I can testify for that one too. Like,
Yeah.
There's certain type of people, like like the bikers were on certain type of substances that would increase your heart rate and alertness and focus, and you need some upbeat kind of music to go with it. It all kind of goes together. You know what I mean? As opposed to like people who look like Young Wavy, they like this certain type of like real low bass and like a slower beat, and like they like a certain different type of substances that slows everything down. I also think different races have different preferences for certain things. I mean, obviously, there's could go back and forth, with what I said, but when you look at the majority, that's what it seems like in some people's opinion.
I mean, I've never felt like speeding if I'm listening to classical music. Metal, rap, even pop music, they can hype you up. And some people, I would say that the stereotypes were stronger, but now rap has crossed over into almost every ethnicity. I mean, you got
So, like you said before, MD, Eminem was pushed to get rap music into the white community, start degenerating the white community, in some people's opinion. And then you got the Mexican rappers that are pushed now in mainstream media to get them on board, with the degeneracy, in some people's opinion.
we have that, and what rock couldn't accomplish, that rap was able to accomplish, where rock couldn't cross over too much into the black community. So they were like, all right, we want something that's going to be able to mentally program everyone.
And they try to half step this band called now I forget the name of it, but it was like it was a mix between rock and rap. And I was like, so you want to be a rock superstar, live large, big house, 5 cars. It was like a rap rock like mix, whatever. So they tried with that band, but it didn't quite work. It didn't reach into the black community enough. But they actually played it on rock stations back in the day. I remember. I like that song. So,
Yeah,
but then they had to go full. They couldn't do a halfway, basically, is what I was trying to say. I was just trying to add the half step before he went the rest of the way, MD.
Yeah. Well, one of the country songs, like Jealous Max is saying, yeah, they're integrated country and rap music. One of the, I mean, it has over 1 billion views. The country rap song by Lil Nas X, Old Town Road or something. I'm gonna take my horse to the Old Town Road.
Got the little kids. And little kids in like elementary school were apparently singing that.
That has over 1 billion views on YouTube. I mean, it's just I mean, it's a catchy tune. I think it comes from an older tune because he has Billy Ray Cyrus on there on the video with him, and it's like, of course he's playing a Western, again, outlaw. So it's always something, the way heavy metal put the rebellious attitude in, that was pushed over. See, rap was able to cross over into all communities. You got Japanese rappers. It crossed over into countries. Rock, it crossed over, and it supposedly is the most widely listened genre across the world. But I don't think they're bringing in too much of the statistics. Rap has really, really.
Yeah, I was gonna say, man, I would think hip hop and rap, would be the most, like, in all clubs all around the world, they all play that. You know what I mean? That's like the cool, music to listen to now. I would say rock is like fallen by. I mean, maybe back in like the 70s, 80s, that was like the most popular, but man, the last 20 years, man, I would say it's hip hop or rap.
Yeah, hip hop and pop.
So pop. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the zombies, man. Whatever is new.
Yeah, she's like super big.
I was gonna say real quick about a little Nas before we move past that. Like, they got all the kids on that like Old Town. I've never heard it, but I just listen. Conspiracy theory channels will pop up, and then they were saying like, oh, look at all these kids singing this song, and then look at the next big song, the next big single that he comes out with, and it's him dressed up in like a demon costume, and then he's like riding, like sexually riding the devil. So he's like gay / transformer something, whatever, and then riding the devil.
A lap dance, I think.
Yeah, and that's what the little kids, are all following this guy. And the next big single, all the little kids are watching that. That was not a mistake. That was planned.
No, that's really not good. The fact that they put that out there. Brown's Boy says skulls and crossbones, the bandanas, the liquor store at every corner, Atlanta cops tossing people in a slammer. Tell me what's wrong. I could really use some answers. It's, it's when you look at any neighborhood, right? It's like a Western town.
Those gotta be Tupac lyrics, man. That was Scribe's alternate account. He did it. I'm assuming. I don't know.
Who somebody had
No, they just sound like rap lyrics, though. I'm assuming those are rap
oh.
lyrics.
Yeah, it's like, and I understand Brown's boy. What? Yeah, he's got a good point. It's like when you wonder what's really going on. It's like it's orchestrated. When you look at the towns and how they're set up, and when these corners and places are empty and nobody's there, and you start to say, well, wow, this is the place where all the stuff happens. It's like there's always going to be a point when nobody's there, and then there's going to be maybe more times often than not where there's a whole bunch of people hanging out there doing stuff that they shouldn't be doing, basically, instead of concentrating on the reality of the situation that we're born into. They fall into the whole uh, they're hanging on the block somehow. That makes them tough. They're really, when you look at it, it's a loss of identity to hang on a corner and act like that's your corner, when we know that people, these are state and federal owned blocks, that you think you own it, and then when they show up you'll really see what the deal is. And the music, they'll sit there blasting the music. I mean, um, it creates an environment that is like its own little ecosystem, and that is what we see. Like, we see this like everywhere, man. Jejas Maxa, thank you for the support, brother. He says Mexican music is interesting because I live in the community. Some have cartel glamour and street rebellion. I see kids in my area with lowered trucks, and these are the type to do burnouts on the blade. Wow. Wow. Yeah, I've heard that a lot of the Mexican communities, they're into the low rider, lower trucks type of stuff. Definitely that part of it. Yeah. Wow. So it's a cartel glamour street rebellion. So it's actually, wow, that's something, man. Thank you, brother, for the thought. And Mexican music is interesting because I live in the community. Yeah, somehow the cartel glamour and street rebellion. It's crazy that they'll have load burning out on the blade. That's the craziest thing, man. That they just this whole and Brown's boy, you got a good point. There is a thing where they've invested in private prisons over 30 years ago, and this whole pipeline from the studio to the cell. We've seen it happen with the Tupac thing that I had showed about the guy who had the Tupac poster in the cell, and he was screaming his rap and talking about thug life. So when you got a guy that's actually incarcerated for over 100 years, sentenced to over 100 years, and he's still in his 20s, and he's got a Tupac poster. He's talking about he's living that thug life and all of that. I don't see how somebody could say that the music isn't influencing people to do some very off the handle type of stuff. Um, I'm surprised. I'm really surprised that people, maybe they don't want to see it. Maybe they don't want to see it. When I think about it, it's like yeah, it makes you wonder. It's like I can understand how Brown's boy is saying that. Yeah, it just what's really going on? What's really happening? A liquor store on every corner, man. It's just it is true. It is true.
It's funny. My ex-girlfriend, like the one I was dating for a while, she wanted to go home and like see where I grew up and stuff like that. I was like, I mean, it's not really that great of a neighborhood. I didn't really grow up in a great of a place like that. Where I'm from is actually, it's a fun city to visit in certain areas, right? Like the touristy areas, whatever, but like my actual neighborhood where I grew up was not nice. You know what I mean? So anyway, so she, when we went there, she's like, you live right in between a gun store and a liquor store. And I'm like, I never really thought about it, but like half a block to the right, there's a gun store. Half a block to the left, there's a liquor store. Like both catty corner of my house, like half a block away across the street. I was just like, never really thought about it before. She said, you know what your house reminds me of is that Family Guy episode where they're driving and like Stanley or Stewie and Brian, I think were driving and they're like ended up in a bad neighborhood, and then they're like gun store, liquor store, gun store, liquor store, gun store. They're just driving down. She said that's what it reminds me of. And you know, I was minority where I grew up. By the time I was in high school, I was minority. So it was like half and half when I was growing up about, and you know, about half white, half black, and then you know, it was a little bit of a Mexican population too. And then by the time I was in high school, I was a minority though, and so it just like, but that gun store, liquor store has been there, you know, since like I was a kid, or whatever. Just like that's where I grew up. But you know, definitely lots of rap music being played, and it is definitely, there's a certain type of people that listen to, no, I'm not talking about hip hop, like popular hip hop. I'm talking about like ghetto gangster, like you know, like rap music that like
More like ghetto rap.
yeah, like ghetto rap, you know, like
Some of
people,
that
you know, I wouldn't be surprised if it was like, you know, MD. I mean, just like you didn't know that they sold Tupac bed sheets until the first time you ever visited Scribe's house. You know what I mean?
I mean, when I saw those online, I couldn't believe it. And they had the Eminem ones too. I said, this is crazy, man. And Jailhouse Max said, yeah, you're right. Some Mexican music has like a party fiesta vibes. You're absolutely right. It's a carefree type of vibe. I've noticed that. Like the bachata has like that twangy guitar type of sound, like more relaxing. I've noticed that myself. I've noticed
Yeah,
that.
there's different kinds like rap and hip hop, and the Mexican, same thing. I've heard like, you know, Mexicans like the ghetto blast and like, you know, gangster Mexican music, whatever. And then like the typical like carefree, like whatever. Like I dated this girl from Brazil just for a little while. She like came over to be like an au pair. I didn't like know what that was, but apparently it's like a nanny basically. Like these rich families will like hire these nannies, like a work visa kinda, and then like
Mhm.
they're able to go to college, whatever here too, if they get accepted into college. It's like this program, whatever. So anyway, but she was from Brazil. She was gorgeous. She knew like, you know, like decent English. Like she had to know enough, like whatever to do the job, whatever. But
Mhm.
I just remember like there'd be like some music playing outside a restaurant, and she just kind of started just kind of like bouncing, just like dancing, just a little bit, whatever. She was just like very happy, very carefree, very like didn't worry about little things. Like she was not into like consumerism, whatever. And like
Mhm.
man, that was my first like little like wake up calls in my like early 20s when I was dating this girl,
Mhm.
just for like a month or two, and it made me just realize, because like, you know, American culture like very fast paced and consumerism, and everyone's always stressed out and trying to get there. She just like, yeah, like we're just like walking, we were like walking downtown to go to this like this bar or something like that, and she would just like stop in and say like, oh, she likes like these flowers on the side, this like Garthy, like she was enjoying all the small things that I would just pass by, and just like, man, this is like a different type of culture. Then there was like music playing outside the window, she just kind of like bounced, and just like she was just happy just to like, and like, you know, American culture is completely different, and one of the things our music does is preach consumerism and the newest thing and the shiniest and the most expensive, and gluttony, and that's one of the things that this music does too, is you know, brainwashing to think you always need more, you always need to consume more, you can't just be happy, you know, with what you have, and be happy with the people around you. And no, it's about consumerism.
Mhm. Scribe, we summoned Scribe, man, with the Tupac.
Yes, Scribe, thank you for rolling out of your
Oh my
Tupac bed
goodness.
sheets and hopping on the stream. I appreciate it.
Jailhouse Maxa says probably why they have lots of kids carefree. Yeah, man. Yeah, they're carefree, living life, work hard, play hard. Definitely, man. The more gangs. Yeah, man.
Yo, it's the first Tupac stream of 2026. Welcome, Scribe.
Yes, the Tupac stream, you know.
Wavy, where you at?
This is yeah. This is what happens when you don't do your research, your due diligence, understanding what's going on. You see this type of just, you know, stereotypical, you know, put him in this category because he happens to be a rapper. It took a, what's so sad is it took a rapper a gangster rapper to break this out early beyond before anyone else did in the early 90s. Early 90s, mind you. You know, the Malcolm X thing and all that stuff was there, but it wasn't like in your face. Like this guy lived, he was there. Again, the thug life thing was he coined that phrase to say, look, you're putting me into that. You're forcing me to live this way. You put me in this ghetto. I was born in this. So it's not like he's like, oh man, go out and be a thug and shoot. No. You see, you don't understand the psychology of what he's trying to do. He's like, look, they're putting us into this. The government is creating the thug life that you're talking about.
You said who did the government and the system created the thug life and put him into
so he's
the thug
basically
life?
so he's making a mockery of the government, saying, you know, they created thug life, we have to live in it. And
because I thought I didn't know he was put into like the thug life because I thought he was put into ballerina school.
You see there?
Yeah, wasn't he? Honestly,
you can laugh at that. I mean,
but he was though, right?
The dude was honest. I mean, the dude was always honest about what he said and what he did. Got shot, I don't know how many times for what he believed in.
And you showed the video where he did not sound like a straight man talking. When
just, I mean, Scribe's gonna believe what he wants to believe, man.
Again, whatever their sexual preference is has nothing to do with what the person did.
You're right. You're right. Again. I mean, there's one thing to hide it too. Jose, what's up, man? You got anything?
Sorry. That's why we can't be harsh on the sexual preferences. Jose is here. Hi. Sorry. Hi, Jose.
Kalala says 30 years Tupac will return in 2020. Oh my goodness, Jose, man, I don't know what to say, man. You know, it's just we already know about the rap, bro. If you got any, you know, kind of Alexis brother, thank you for the support, man. Alexis says, Jake, why are people obsessed with customizing? They keep customizing junk, good news, movies, and sports. So the customization of junk and, you know, good news and movies and sports. So he's asking you, Jake, why are people so obsessed with
you know, when people are customizing stuff like the lowrider trucks or like, you know, anything, right? They want to customize stuff. To me, that is a sign of a country that is so prosperous and so, you know, spoiled and doesn't understand how impoverished the majority of the world is. They're obsessed with it because they think, oh, if I do this, that'll make me different. No, you're still a zombie, just like everybody else. You're buying, you know, things online to customize whatever that someone else can buy off of Amazon too.
He said it was a typo. He meant customing. So by the way, customing. Let me see. Customing. Yeah.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Customing, like
talking about like customizing the lowrider trucks we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Like it makes no sense to have a lowrider truck. Like a truck is a work truck. Like you put one bag of concrete in that and it's going to be dragging on the ground. Like it doesn't make no sense to lower a truck.
News, movies. I think they do it to like kind of create a, you know, custom make these things custom new.
Right. That's what I thought he was talking about. Just because, like, you know, people are stupid. Like instead of like using the truck, what it's for, it's a work vehicle. Now, you know, trucks are super expensive because they try to make the inside trucks like Cadillacs, you know, leather and all these entertainment systems and super expensive like rims on trucks and like expensive paint jobs and, you know, pearl coat paint jobs. It's like, dude, a truck is a work vehicle.
I think, all right, this is the word he was using. Consuming. That's what it was. The autocorrect.
Why are people just consuming?
Consuming.
They keep consuming junk
food.
Good
news,
junk food, news,
movies, sports. So, yeah.
Again, I would just say it's still same answer. It's kind of a country that is like too prosperous and too spoiled and too babied because the government just allows the national debt to rack up and people just spend money that they don't have on stuff and then
so consuming culture.
It's the media pushes this movies, news, like even on the news. I seriously almost have never watched the news really ever in my life. Even when I was a kid, I thought it was weird. never in my teenage years watched the news, and like every once in a rare while, like a news thing will pop up, like I want on the treadmill at the gym or something like that, and it's like, bro, why they like have like talking about celebrities on the news? They're like talking about what the new like when the new when a new Tesla model came out, like it was on the news, and I'm like, how is that news? You know
Yeah,
what I mean? How is that like current events? That's just like a
exactly.
product. Like
Yep.
it's crazy, man. Everything is
Yep.
to brainwash people to consume.
It's more of an advertisement instead of yeah. So they're just obsessed with consuming culture. It's like a consumer culture. Consumers, yeah, man. Jailhouse Maxer says a traditional and widely accepted way of behaving or doing something that is specific to a particular society, place, or time. So this is a traditional and widely accepted way of behaving. So like a
You talk about consuming culture. It's like
yeah, like
accepted
consuming
now.
culture
Yeah.
we're saying here. Yeah, it's a consuming. Yeah, they just keep consuming and consuming. AP says, how did
I got
Tupac?
another answer for him too. Like after this one.
Yeah, go ahead. Mhm.
All right, man. Here's another thing too. Is like, all right, so when you're consuming and constantly, right, you're hoarding things, basically, right? You're like, okay, because what are they doing, right? They're consuming something to try to fill a hole somewhere, within themselves, right? Like they don't feel good enough, or if they get this, maybe then they'll be
Like they're
popular
always
or cool or accepted, or they'll feel loved, or they'll fill that hole that they have, whatever. And I really, think a big part is we a consumer culture is a sign of a lonely culture, because when you
yeah,
have good
yeah,
friends and family and connections with your community, and you feel like you're a part of something,
mhm,
your neighbors, and you can trust the people around you, because you
yeah,
have good relationships with them. You don't feel like you need to buy all this stuff, whatever. You feel like you need to spend time talking with them. Oh, hey, it's his birthday, let me go talk to him and congratulate and celebrate with him. Oh, hey, my other neighbor, he just got a promotion, let me go celebrate with him and tell him good luck, whatever. You're thinking about the people in your life, and spending time with them, and maybe just go over and say thank you, or congratulations, and you talk with them for 15 minutes and catch up with them, whatever. You're
yeah,
doing that instead of being brainwashed by media, and instead of spending time online shopping or at the mall or the store or whatever. You're consumed with
mhm,
building relationships instead of consuming possessions.
yeah,
That's why I think a big part of it is too. Like, we don't know our neighbors. There's no sense of community.
mhm,
Families are all broken, and this is all by design.
mhm. Okay. Jose, did you have anything? I didn't know. I know you hopped in early. Uh, if not, yeah. Do
Yeah,
you?
what's up, bro? Happy New Year to you guys, man.
Yeah. Happy New Year, bro. Yeah.
Yes, Jake is still going on, man. It's like it's 2026, and every time I come on, he just has to say something. He just has to make it.
Well, Jose, I gave you a few minutes to pack away the rainbow flag off your scooter. So come on, I was being nice.
Was it, didn't you know that Jake might be getting married soon? Did you know that?
I know, right? It's
I,
like Scar.
I already got divorced.
Oh,
Yeah,
already have? Oh, come on.
this one didn't even
No,
want.
it did sound like you were genuinely in love the last
Yeah, yeah.
when Zubak was on. Yeah.
Jake,
Well,
Jake,
Pretty close, not gonna lie.
Jake got rejected for sex, and then that was it. Like he was like, yo,
This is either smash or dash, but
yeah.
you want to keep me around.
Out of all the people it could have been, it had to be Jake. Listen,
Jailhouse Maxer, thank you for the support, brother. Jailhouse Maxer says they'll push strip clubs, OnlyFans, and sexual degeneracy through music, but they won't go all the way by allowing pay to play. Absolutely, you're
Because
so,
that's when it benefits
so
men.
true.
That
Yeah,
right there, as soon as it benefits
exactly.
men, whoop, we're gonna draw the
Yeah,
line right before that.
this is an excellent comment, man. Thank you, brother. This they push it. They're pushing, they're enticing with the strip clubs, the OnlyFans, the sexual degeneracy through music, and they won't allow somebody to pay to play, knowing that they're going to go out and look.
They
They
even
really,
promote pay to play for women, which is enticing all of that, and then get divorced and rip away half a
yeah.
man stuff that she didn't help him earn. So it's like that's pay to play for women, but it's not
They
legal
know
to pay to play for men. It's messed
they
up.
keep It's crime. They keep the crime. Yeah, they draw the line at the P2P
But
mark.
that's a method they use. Like they'll make you want to be more promiscuous, but oh, you can't touch that, you can't do that, it's illegal. Just like we'll let you drink
They're
beer legally, but
making
if we catch you on the road, you're going to jail. So it's like they'll let you have it, but if you go a little bit over the line, now you're going to jail. So either it's just
it's
insane. It's
what
like
it
the
is.
carrot on the stick, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. And that's a very good point that they will push the strip clubs, push OnlyFans, or everything, but they won't. The pay to play, that's where they draw that line, man. They draw it. Yeah, man. That I've noticed that. AP 530 says, I guess, described that, how did he get into Digital Underground? Tupac was a dancer. Yeah, the usual suspects. Wow.
You gotta start somewhere. Yeah.
A dancer, a ballet dancer, bro.
Who was it? Was it Dr. Dre?
Oh, he was
No,
ballet
Diddy.
dancing with him.
Diddy didn't even have to convince him. He didn't have to get him drunk. He did.
I mean, you look at Digital Underground, oh man, Mark is hilarious. Tupac is hilarious.
That's what I was calling him on that stream, man. Tupac.
Oh my goodness.
That should be his new name.
Oh, man. Guys, it's what I'm saying. That anytime someone comes out and does something for real that actually, you get whacked for it and like that type of thing, and actually do something, we got to make fun of the guy. It's like, if I have to explain it to you, then it's just you have no interest. It's very simple to go on YouTube and see the stuff this guy's talked about.
I did some research. After the dozens of streams that we've had on Tupac now at this point, and he did try to get Africa united, because Africa's always at war with itself. All the countries and tribes are always warring with each other. So and it's one of the most resource rich continents in the world, and he did try to make a united monetary system in Africa, try to get the tribes to stop fighting each other and work together so they could become a superpower with all the resources they have there in the continent and all that stuff. He did try, but having an idea and saying something about it, I mean, you got to have a spokesperson that's famous and but he didn't get the right people in place and didn't get he wasn't able to make it happen. You know what I mean? And Scribe is saying that they deleted him before he could make it happen, because it was a goal, apparently. Was it really ever going to happen though? Then you look at, can certain cultures ever really adapt and come together? Because even the Native Americans could never do it. So you know what I mean? The tribes could never band together to keep out the white devil. They were warring with the white devil plus warring against themselves at the same time, and that's what I really think their downfall was.
We don't want to refer to anybody as a devil.
In my opinion, my bad. My opinion.
Advocate that.
I didn't advocate that.
Yeah, we don't advocate the calling people out. Jose, you had something?
Yeah, this is hilarious, right? So now we're getting a history lesson of Jake. I'm basically with his opinion. So we're gonna stay within, obviously YouTube guidelines.
Well, definitely my opinion. Don't take it too seriously.
Taking you seriously at this point, bro, that's not something we'll never do again. Basically,
I hope not. I hope not.
Yeah, pretty much, man. To help you at this point,
there's only one truth in the world, and it's the acronym, which we're not allowed to say because it is the truth.
No, we keeping this on the truth about rap music, and with the whole Digital Underground thing. I hear what Scribe is saying. I just think that, I can't even say that it got you when you were a teenager, because Wavy, like we were saying, I think he's also kind of a Tupac cell in a way still.
He grew up with a Tupac Rattler.
he might still be. Scribe, Wavy, I think Pandemic might have jumped on the bandwagon a little.
Well, like I said, I was never into him when I was a kid. I got into it later on when I found out what he did and what happened. I had the story, and then I started looking at his music and then what he was saying. I was like, oh, this dude ain't just rapping. He's talking about, the whole thing, and he's putting it in his music, and he's letting you know, look, I'm not going to be here long. They're going to take me out soon, so I'm going to push all this stuff out.
You don't think that could have been orchestrated? You don't think you see
nobody does that? Who says, yo, they're going to take me out soon, so let's at least try to get this much done or do
So,
this.
someone
You
who
know,
signed a deal
who
with a
talks?
certain type of devil
No,
that
nobody
knew
does
his
that.
time was going to be
Nobody
up.
does that. Okay, he faked his own death, is what you're saying. Again, more
No, it didn't fake
conspiracy.
it.
More.
I'm
They
saying
don't know.
that these
Who
celebrities get
does that?
rich
Is what I'm
by making
saying.
deals.
He's a
We're not saying he
who
faked
does
it.
that? Who says I'm going to do this? And I'm against the government. And I'm going to expose all that, and the next thing you know, he's dead. So what?
Well, I don't
He's
even
going
think
to
the
end his
government.
album.
I don't think it was the government. I think it was a whole Diddy thing. I like, Biggie Smalls and all these guys where they're all taking each other out because they made deals. You're allowed to be rich for a certain amount of time,
It's like
and
a
then
big
then
show.
they'll come to collect their due.
So Jake, a lot of those gangs and stuff are CIA funded. There, a lot of CIA are involved in these operations.
In
I
your
agree.
opinion,
I agree.
In your opinion. Yeah.
In some people's opinion.
It
Yeah.
might be, well, it has been put out there, but yeah, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's kind of like we don't know for sure, but some people say that they could be.
There are some people who say it's conspiracy theory that is
this is
usually proved
another
correct.
thing. Look at how wasn't he a part of Death Row Records? Look at that. Jailhouse Maxer brings it up.
Yeah, he was.
Clearly, it's like you
Is
don't
that
find
Diddy's? Is that Diddy's
odd.
record company?
No, that's Suge
look
Knight.
Oh,
the name. Like, why would you even call the company that? It's like preaching death, basically. Death Row Records.
and also because they had a deal with, to get famous, and they knew that, hey, you're going to be famous and you're going to get taken out. And a lot of those guys got taken out.
Well, and again, a lot of people, I mean, it seems like a big show. It really does. You have Biggie.
It can't be a mockery again. It's a mockery to the face of the government, death row, all these things they want to put against us. Again, this is against us. They're seeing it as like we see it now, a group of people, a group of whatever they are that want to enslave us. This is what they're talking about. But they're having to use code words and slang.
I think it was karmic law. They had to put it out there to the public because of karmic law, and they had to let people know that, yeah, they're famous and rich and all this stuff, but it's at the price of their soul that they made a deal for. And so they signed this company. They're allowed to be famous for a little while, and then the devil comes to collect his due eventually, in my opinion.
Well, you'd still be alive if that was the case, but he went directly against them and got that fate. So
no, I don't think they have a choice. I think now we're talking about the fourth dimension in the spiritual world where beings they made a deal with these beings. Some people would call it a devil in some people's opinion, and made a deal with the devil. Devil came to collect his due.
Yeah.
So you think it was something like supernatural like that?
I think the people who are famous are definitely pushed by certain government agencies, in some people's opinion, that like the CIA is funding all this stuff. Operation Mockingbird is a supposed thing, in my opinion, that has been unclassified, and President Bush even talked about it publicly. W. Bush talked about it publicly 20 years ago now at this point, and everything that we see on TV is controlled. There's a whole bunch of, where it breaks the newscasters all into little screens and they all read the same script. That's all scripted. I think the music that gets pushed, because there are great bands that never get big because they select who they want people to hear, because they select the messages in their music. And the people who are low enough to sell their soul like Tupac, people who are low enough to sell their soul like Tupac,
end up about this. If you're
on
saying
death row.
they select, right? You're saying they select, so it shows us that then it would stand to reason that Tupac didn't get where he got through talent. Not saying he doesn't have talent. It's saying that people with more talent are not going to get chosen. They have to get chosen to put there. So there's people with more talent than Tupac and Eminem and stuff. But
people say the presidents are selected, not elected.
Yes,
and that's what I think about rap music stars too.
Okay,
music stars.
Again, you see, with the little knowledge you know about the guy, there's no one that comes close to Tupac. When it comes to the rapper stuff, or the truth stuff, or the poetry stuff, they say, oh, Biggie had better flow, but Pac, as far as a rapper, you're not going to get anything better. There's nothing that's coming. And not only that, he raps with the truth. The way he raps.
I'm not saying he didn't have talent. I'm just saying he was selected.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that, okay, so what you're saying is that there's nobody that could have been better that wasn't chosen. That doesn't
There
make
hasn't
sense.
been yet in 30 years, right?
Okay, okay. I'll go into that in a second.
That
Jailhouse
people
Max.
know about that got mainstream because they
Yeah,
weren't selected
yeah.
to go mainstream.
No, I'll definitely dive deeper into that. Jailhouse Max, brother, thank you for the support, bro. Jailhouse Max says some rappers and actors like Clint Eastwood are loyal company men that never speak out. As a result, they get awarded with longevity and protection.
Facts.
Absolutely. Absolutely, man. That is so true to say that, okay, they're loyal company men. So the rappers and actors like Clint Eastwood. So we definitely see
Just
it
like
with
Ronald Reagan is basically just like Clint Eastwood. I think Arnold Schwarzenegger, same thing.
all of
They're
them.
all in the same
Yep.
category.
All of them. And they never speak out. So they get protection. Now, with the
Screw
whole
your freedoms.
yeah, it's like when I think about it, so what you're saying is that the rap business works fairly, and the person with the best skill is going to be there. That doesn't make sense, Scribe, because it's like,
And their soul, like Michael Jackson, gets sucked out of them until they end up on death row. Death row records.
yeah, who knows how they
What do
get.
you mean? What do you mean it doesn't make sense?
It doesn't make sense because what you're saying is, and thank you, Giles Max, said this is a very good point. It's an extremely good point that if you're saying that nobody was better than Tupac, whatever he had a flow. So that's under the assumption that the executives are letting the best person come in there and they're picking the best person. We pretty much know that's not true. We
Because
pretty
it's been exposed that Hollywood female actresses get chosen a certain way, and so do female artists get chosen a certain way. And
yeah,
now this whole Diddy thing,
and even male,
we know who's chosen. Who
even
has
male.
that doesn't make a sound when they fart.
Well, think about it. It's like it's showing us that what we see as far as actors and musicians, these are not the best that is out there. So they're never going to let the best person be out there because the system is not based on honesty. It's based on the best person, the
Who
person
signs
that
their
can
name on the
be
dotted line? Deal with the devil.
well, was to say, okay, you have talent, and we can even discipline can surpass natural talent if just you keep doing the thing, and you have a good teacher. Discipline will override somebody with natural talent that doesn't hone it or isn't given a chance. There's so many athletes that would be better athletes, and it is a marketability thing. So when we see that, okay, is this person going to be controllable? If they're not controllable, then they're going to blackball them. And they have these guys act uncontrollable to make it seem like, oh, you can be an uncontrollable buffoon and we'll let you be a rock star. But in reality, it's all an act, man.
And that's what happened with Kanye West. He, freaked out when Crazy Auntie Rivers and
Mhm.
they're trying to delete me and all this, because
Yeah,
he had a mental breakdown.
a lot
Britney
of people.
Spears shaved off all her head. She had a mental breakdown. She couldn't handle it anymore.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
but
Well, all
they
of the
were
stuff she
controllable for a
probably
long time.
she probably went through stuff behind the scenes. Jailhouse Maxer says Michael Jackson was loyal to the system until he started speaking out through his music. Then bad things started happening to him. Exactly. I just
Facts.
saw something today on that too, where he was Michael Jackson started speaking out, and then the next thing you know, they started saying things about him, and not too long after that, next thing you know,
But
they
but
said,
but but the stuff that Michael Jackson and Prince started talking about, again, they wait until they're in their 50s. Now they're gonna talk about chemtrails, whatever. No, Tupac was hitting that direct. Like he's like, look, man, all these guys are corrupt. This is how it actually works. UK is in charge, the
so
monarchy, the Illuminati, all these things that no one's talking about. He's bringing it out into the fold, into the mainstream, just by doing that much. So you're saying that they paid him to do that, to start that revolution of now with 9/11 and the stuff that happened.
They can influence people to do something without them thinking that somebody's paying them to do it. So he's getting his paycheck through his music, through his fanfare, and he's getting promotion through them because he's promoting what they want him to promote for them. So
yep, and I think they had to let some of them say some of the stuff because of karmic law, not because he was okay. He's saying it to the public. We're letting karmic law. We're abiding by that. All beings must, for some reason, abide by that. And then he said it. Now take him out.
Well, not only that, on top of that, right? We have it to where he is rapping about things that is detrimental. People that listen to that are going to go into that prison, rap to prison pipeline. And we
what exactly is he saying that's detrimental?
Well, you had the guy in the cell that had the Tupac poster that was preaching that he's going to live thug life forever and all. Who?
You showed me a cross-eyed dude saying something. Now you're talking about something with a poster that doesn't. An idiot doesn't quantify him at all.
Okay? That's what I was about to say, Scribe.
Not understanding what the meaning of thug life was. I'm going to act that way.
And I agree, Scribe. And what MD is trying to say, and I agree with MD, is that most Americans are not intelligent enough, not smart enough to decipher the lyrics and to understand the message he was trying to pass. They just took it as surface level, and what he was rapping about as surface level converted a lot of people into the thug life, and the small percentage of people who were intelligent enough to look into lyrics and understand the message and the deeper meaning were, a small percentage. So the devil still got his due by the majority of the population taking the thug life message at surface level and influencing the majority of the population. Then a small percentage, didn't follow that, but it didn't matter. They got the majority, and they're taking, best odds basically with that.
Yeah, it's the more I look into it, the more I see that it's not really it's not positive stuff for people to listen to.
Right. Yeah, because they had the overall effect that they wanted. They destroyed the African American community with that.
And that was my first reaction to his thing when I saw the thug life and all that. Whatever, I was like, "Who's this dude?" Thinking he's all. It wasn't until later.
Yep, that's the majority.
Okay, again, you can't judge a book by its cover. It took me a while later to go back and look at it. After the internet was well established.
I'm agreeing with you, Scribe, but I'm saying the majority of people do judge a book by its cover and do take things at surface level, and it did destroy the African American community.
You have the due diligence where you have the internet, right? You have the internet now, so the due diligence up to you now.
Well, I mean now, but when it came out,
if you want to stay ignorant about the topic, stay ignorant. But the information's there, the videos are there to show you this was not the case. It seemed that way at the time.
But the thing is, but how many decades ago? When he came out, the internet was not popular when his lyrics came out.
This happened that long ago, and the stuff he said is still prevalent today.
But yeah, I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you. But you're saying, okay, we have the internet now. Yeah, now, but the damage is done a couple decades ago, before the internet was popular, before people looked in, to the meaning deeper. Like, they took it at surface level and destroyed the African American community for a couple decades, and they got what they wanted out of him. Like, they used him as a puppet, and they got what they wanted. And there was a small percent of the population that woke up, but it's the majority of the African American community was destroyed because of his.
So they didn't get what they wanted because they had to cancel his contract early because he wouldn't shut up, and he decided to go against them.
Yeah, he was trying to be more direct and push the message a little more direct and trying to tell people the deeper meaning, and that's when he got deleted. So it just
his last album right before he got deleted was what? Kill Illuminati. Who does that? No one does that. That's just just asking to get
exactly. And that's when all right, now he's being too direct. He's trying to wake people up, and so they took him out. And the songs that live on are the ones that destroyed the communities because of those ones that were popular. And I mean, they used him as a puppet and got what they wanted. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm agreeing with you, Scott, that he had a deeper meaning, but the end result is what?
Not really, because they made him a martyr. He's the only rapper you can go to any country in the world and you're gonna see this guy spray paint on the side of a giant building or something. There's always some reason.
But some people are using him as a martyr for thug life and the African. They don't understand.
They made him into a martyr. They had to. They had no choice.
but most of those people who are spray painting him are using him as a martyr for bad, not martyr for good. That there's a very small percentage of people
Yeah.
who martyr him as a good symbol for the African American
Really?
community,
I didn't
but the
know that. I
majority,
thought
or
Well,
he's a
take
martyr for
martyring him
bad.
for thug life. Yeah. Like, look
so
at
you're
Jesus
saying his
Christ,
image
right?
is bad. It gives a bad connotation. I thought it was like for hope
I,
and revolution. Be
How could it
revolutionary.
really be?
That's not what people for the last couple decades that he was around, like a
Oh,
couple decades ago. That's not what they viewed him as at that time. Maybe now, maybe they matured, maybe they looked at his lyrics, but they were when they were younger, when they had a chance to make a difference, when in the 20s and 30s, maybe even 40s, everyone took that. But now maybe the older people now, 40s, 50s, 60s are looking back at it now. We got the internet. It's like maybe now they see him, but the damage is already done. People already spent decades in jail. They already spent decades killing deleting their own communities and
yeah.
dealing drugs to their own communities and all these bad things. Like the damage has been done for a couple decades already. And a couple decades later, maybe they view him as a positive thing, but the damage was done. They used him
This
as a
is how
puppet to accomplish their
there was
goal.
an interview he did where he's like, look, he's telling the interview like, look, I may not change the world because he already knows he's not going to last too long. He already knows he's got too many odds against him. That's why he made an album called All Odds I Made. But he said, I may not change the world, but I guarantee you, I'm going to set the spark in order for the other people to take that to
Oh
change the
my
world.
goodness.
And you
That's
know what that spark led to? The majority of people being cows and still doing what they're told and trusting the government and taking a certain type of jab that happened. And so it just proves
It
that
led to
nobody
people
ever wakes
calling
up.
I'm
The
telling
majority of these
MD,
people are
I'm telling
zombies.
MD, that's one of the reasons why I'm here or even looked into 9/11 or even cared about it was because guys like
no,
Tupac
not
who
because of
gave
that.
their
It was
life to
because you were
because
curious
he let
enough
us know
to look
there's something
into
else
it.
behind the
Don't
scenes. No
don't
one
give
else told us that.
credit. Don't give
Nah.
credit to your ambition to
Yeah.
anybody else.
Yep. And
I'm giving
critical
you my
thought, right?
story. Someone else woke you up. That was my story.
No,
You can
Tupac.
say, oh, your
No,
friend did,
Tupac
whatever.
did. Tupac got people degrading each other by calling themselves the N word and acting like it's not a bad
Woo!
thing. Jailhouse Max,
Again,
brother,
only
thank you
you
for the
see, you always have to go
support.
to that.
Jailhouse Max just says the elites know people will start asking questions, so they manufacture their own rebels like Alex Jones and David Icke. These guys are allowed to expose some truth, but they're still in the system.
I
Absolutely.
agree. I
Yeah,
agree
yeah.
completely.
Total plants. Thank you, brother, for the
Yep,
support.
plants and
Yeah,
yep, it
yeah.
has to do with the karmic law a little bit, and letting a little bit out, but they're manufactured rebels, and definitely Alex Jones's
But
family
not
works for the
Tupac. I'm
CIA.
saying,
Yeah.
the point is not Tupac. As you
And
can
they
see,
let them.
he's no
Oh my
longer
goodness.
around. But Alex
Everybody.
Jones or David
Tupac's not
Alex
like all
Jones
the other
Oh
are
rappers.
no.
She's
certified.
not like all the other women. She's
Alex
not.
Jones and
Oh,
David Icke,
he
right?
he
Especially
said
David Icke with the reptile thing, they're still alive. That's what proves it
no,
right there.
and
And guess who's not still alive?
absolutely, David Icke and them are still alive. They're allowed to expose some truth, but they're still in the system. They're definitely
Well, they're
still in the system.
gatekeepers. I mean,
I
Tupac
don't
went
think
full
Yeah.
force and got
I don't
taken
think
out
they're
at 25.
you're
But
not going to
David
get
Icke and Alex Jones are seen by the majority as quacks, though. There's a small percent of people who understand what they're saying. It ends up becoming true a couple or few months later. But once Tupac started, convincing a little bit more people, or start waking people up a little bit, that's when he got deleted. Is that once he crosses a certain line, it's like, all right, we used you for what the purpose that we had for you. Now you're starting to be a little too much. You're starting to expose a little too much, or people are actually starting to catch on now. You're actually waking people up a little bit, and as soon as that happens, that's when they get deleted.
Alexis is he said Tupac took a big bite out of Scribe. He zombified you, man. Yeah, Alexis. It just, and we're not saying that anything bad. We're saying, bro, like how Jailhouse Max is saying, they allow you to expose some truth, but not everything, and they're all
Give me
part.
one guy in the modern era who has walked that path. What they say, Jesus, where he went through the cross and they're beating him, and he
Nobody
died for
listens
his
to
sins
Jesus.
and all that. He died
Why
for.
does
I'm
Tupac?
saying he went all the way and he did. He died at an early age. This guy died at 25. He went the thing. He knew he was gonna. He wrote about it. He said in his songs, "Look, they're gonna kill me. It's okay, Mama. Don't cry. It's all right. Let him
Oh
do it."
my
But because
goodness!
I'm gonna let. And to you guys, it's like, oh man, he's talking about the N word. It's like,
Wow.
come on, man, get
You,
over
you,
yourself and read what he's talked
I
about.
think Jose
Look at
has.
his
you,
lyrics. They're
you,
beyond
you,
any lyrics you're ever going to read.
I think
You know,
Jose.
MD, you know what's funny when Alexis June typed, he's like, hey, to a big bite ass crab. Like, anytime I think about like a zombie biting someone, there was this awesome stream on like one of the old channels where MD, you're talking about like, we were all talking about like some, you know, conspiracy theory stuff, whatever. And then like, you can't be a zombie. And this is before the name of the channel changed to American Zombie. And you're like, yeah, you're standing in a room with a bunch of people you think are awake and you know, people understand. And then all of a sudden out of nowhere, just, you never expected just a zombie bites you out of nowhere. You thought he was your friend, and all of a sudden, I got bit. I just like the way you said it was even funnier, dude. I don't know if you remember that stream.
Yeah, it was a while ago. But yeah, Jaws Max is right. XXX Tension and Juice World. It's Tupac was they everything's a plan. They'll delete them. Gaia says banned from social media, yet still they're still in the still in the system. I don't know who was saying that. Not that guy says I still remember MD and Scribe arguing over two. Oh my goodness. That yeah, I mean, I look at it as there is no celebrity. Yeah, they might change. They might come back how Jailhouse Max was saying, you know, they allowed them to say some things, right? If they go beyond the edge, okay. I'm not sure.
He's the only one, is what I'm trying to tell you. And he got offed for it.
They don't
You know,
have to end somebody. They could end them, but they could also do what they did to a lot of these other guys: is just cut them off. Don't answer the phone. Look at Ja Rule.
he was too powerful. You're not getting it, man.
Look, they can break anybody. They build these people up. They could, to think that Tupac got there and got this big on his own is ludicrous, because they are the ones that allow you to get this big. You got
Thank
something?
you. Andy, talking about cutting people off, like when you, I was mentioning like the female, you know, celebrities, female singers who are chosen, or anything like that. It's like, Britney Spears, you know, I used her as an example already. You know, like she was when she was young and hot and famous. You know, we all know how she got, you know, there, what she had to do. Then all of a sudden, she gets a little bit older. She shaves off all her hair, starts going crazy, and everything like that. Has a mental breakdown. Then you look at Jessica Simpson, and she was, you know, the Daisy Duke shorts, and she was like eating this ice cream cone, like, you know, it was all running down her face, and we know what kind of, you know, images she was trying to promote there and everything like that. Then all of a sudden, she tries to go Christian and tries to, you know, she's getting married, trying to go Christian. Then all of a sudden, she gets fat and she has a mental breakdown. They stop answering the phone, and all of a sudden, like her career just like died, just like was deleted. And so, just like you're saying, there's a couple examples right there.
Mandy Moore, they didn't even let her get past like the early 20s with Britney Spears and Christina Aguilera and the other ones just kind of rose up, and they let Mandy Moore, the nice girl, singing with the acoustic guitar, just kind of just fade away. Jose, did you have something? All right. I didn't know if you wanted to say something earlier, but
No, I just you know, I don't want to interrupt you though when you guys are going. You guys are going, and it just, you know, subscribe and stuff. It's amazing. You know, I feel
what
like
about
we need
Tupac?
yeah, man. Like I feel like we need to have Wavy be summoned, or maybe
I
Zubac.
think Wavy is with them. I mean, Wavy, I think, in Pandemic are with Scribe on a Tupac, and I understand. It just
What do you mean?
it just
Wait,
I don't know, man. The fact that any you know, it just I don't know, man.
It's because Tupac talked about single moms, and that's, you know, you can see how much it influenced Wavy.
Well, no, the thing about Wavy is that's crazy. Wavy was born right around the time Tupac was ended, maybe even a year or two after. So the Tupac infection, the Tupac brainwashing system, it was perfected in a few years by the machine in the early to mid 90s. They perfected it to have people till this day still zombified with Tupac, and also guys that weren't even born, like Wavy. That's the phenomena.
It's like you're not even contemplating why that is. And so I'm sitting here yelling at Tom, like, look, here's what happened.
Right now.
No one's ever done this before. No one's ever come to the mainstream position and used that to say, look, I'm going against you guys. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I don't care if you kill me. That's what he did.
And you
That's
believe
what
you believe they didn't orchestrate.
That's what he did. Everything was documented. Everything's on video. I mean, you can see it.
He couldn't get
Unless they
nowhere
faked it.
near to that type of publicity if they didn't let him do it. You see what I'm saying?
That's why they had to take him out quickly, because he was able to organize very quickly. He was trying to get West Coast, East Coast organized, and trying to do the thing in Africa, all that stuff, all at the same time. And he was acting, doing. I mean, this dude did not sleep.
Everything.
This dude had like 800 songs. He was only 25 when he died, and he still has extra songs. So nobody was on that level of energy of this guy.
I mean, it's so.
That's all. I will say that, the guy, he did have talent. He was doing a lot of stuff, and because he was doing too much too fast, that's why he got taken out a little earlier than usual. But once that his purpose was done and he started waking up a little bit of people, that was it, man. They just took him out. I just he didn't make an impact when he needed to. Like, he made a negative impact because people were taking that service level, but. Like he didn't do anything, though. They didn't let him. They didn't allow him. They allowed him to be famous until he started waking people up. Then they terminated him when they thought it was necessary. Like, it was all controlled, is what I'm saying.
They had him getting everybody to call each other the N-word, and that was one of their orchestrations.
See, that's all you can say, bro. He's in that particular genre of music. That is pretty much an essential requirement to do in gangster rap. Okay, I'm sorry, that's just how it is. Aside from that, look at what he said. Look at how prevalent it is today. Of what he's talking about, the future and the kids all messed up. The truth looks strange. Look, we left them a world that's cursed, and they did on purpose. Look at them now. Look at how they're having the tranny thing and all that. So all this stuff he's talking about it's come to fruition, and the stuff he's been talking about, the Illuminati stuff, all that stuff came out again later. We heard about it through everyone else, Alex Jones, whatever, Bill Cooper, all this stuff came out. He sparked that spark and gave his life for it. So if you cannot respect that, then I don't know what the hell we're even talking about here. What are we trying to do here?
Do you see
Alexa? Oh, man. Yeah, I didn't respond to that, but
Alexis says, Scribe, do you believe anyone making over 5 million cannot be compromised? Would the elites really allow someone to get that much influence? So he's asking you.
Okay. So we're assuming we're assuming that he didn't come in at first unknowingly, as in, let's say he came, which happened because he got him early. So he got in unknowingly, started doing the N-word, all that stuff, whatever. Yes, he did that. But then once he got in deeper and he realized, hey, they're doing stuff to me, they're putting me in jail, I'm learning all this stuff from these other guys.
He was a dancer for Digital Underground. You think he didn't see all that stuff back then?
No, that was way early. The stuff what he's talking about, what he did with his voice and all that, that's when he's still a teenager. Wow. The guy's still going through puberty, and you're already judging the poor guy. He's like 16.
I'm not judging him. I'm just pointing it out. I'm pointing out that he
already had a following at that age. You getting interviews in jail.
You think people are getting into this industry and not knowing what it's about?
No, I'm saying you could you could be famous, and then all of a sudden, there's plenty of people. Paul Walker, all these guys, the guy from Linkin Park, all these guys get famous, and they realize, oh shit, there's stuff going on.
They created. His name isn't even Tupac. His name is Lassane Crooks. Lassane. Oh, that's his name. Who? Tupac? Oh, you mean Lassane? Lee?
They changed it. The mother changed the name. So
bro, he was
1 year old. So.
When you look at, they always do this. They do it. Mother Teresa, her name was Agnes Boyachu. They do
so he was born from a tank of artificial insemination to eventually turn into this guy Tupac.
Oh, Insane Crook. Holy smokes, that's a deep one. Lassane Crooks. I mean, when I was like, you got to be kidding me. All of these guys, Christopher Columbus, his name is Cristobal Colon. We see these people that I can understand, like Mark Twain, who's Samuel Clemens. He's an author. He put Mark Twain. Now, when these guys get to this point, and it can be easily found, Tupac, I mean, the way it just, I mean, to me, it's all orchestrated to where you think that he was created, like he got to that status because of his charisma, because he was if hard work made people get to the right place, everybody would be getting there. Farmers would be rich. They're the
He was
hardest
in the right
workers.
location. You got to be either in New
No,
York or
you're
LA. So
not
no,
getting
you
there
know.
from hard work in the rap industry. You're getting there because you made a deal with somebody, and Diddy is showing everybody how ugly the business is, and that's just one of the. He's the only one that's being exposed. We know it gets.
Okay, so when he was like 16, and they were doing an interview with him in jail. What was he with Digital Underground at that age?
If you look up some of the videos, that they have there's a lot of suspicious stuff.
He wasn't. He that was afterwards. So again, you're saying that he's not like he's a complete unknown. He wasn't an unknown like that. His parents, his mom, and stuff with Black Panther and stuff.
Who you are. You could be the best rapper in the world. You're not going to get to a position unless they see that you're easy to be manipulated. If you're going to listen to them. Alexis, brother, thank you for the support, bro. Alexis says, Scribe, are you seriously buying into the American dream zombie lie? Just work hard and you'll become rich in America. So are you buying into the American dream zombie lie, Scribe? Or just were you saying just work hard and you'll become rich in America? Are you there? Figures. Now he's hiding. So now he's
using his Tupac bandana as a handkerchief right now, wiping his beard a little bit. His idol's being torn down, so we gotta give him a minute. But
no, but this is some zombie thing, like to say just work hard and you'll become rich. I mean, that's
landscapers and roofers would be some of the richest people in America, but they are some of the poorest people in America. So that don't make sense.
Exactly. All farmers would be rich. They're some of the hardest working people. Garbage men would be rich. People in the military would all be rich. Very hard working. So we know, Alexis, you're right. The whole just work hard, you'll become rich in America. It is hilarious, man. And I don't know, I think Scribe might have been having a problem with his mic because when we spoke a few times too, there was an internet thing. So
I know. So I was just joking around. But the whole I don't understand what Scribe was saying. Like, oh, we had a little bit of a following already when he did this interview in jail, whatever. It's like, okay, cool, man. He started getting big. The people selected him because he started getting a following. Maybe they saw he has some talent, whatever. Like, hey, we can use this guy as a good puppet. So they selected him.
He said, order the Tupac sheets. Yo, Kalala. He's like, yo, order the sheets, man.
Why, describing a second pair?
Joins back, don't let him dodge the question. Yeah, I will be on him with this question, Alexis. You know, I'm going to have it right there, popping it up for him as soon as he comes back on.
Just work hard, bro. Just pull yourself up by the bootstraps and just work hard. It doesn't matter if things have been inflated to 3 times more. You know, the house is 3 times more compared to the average salary. It doesn't matter about the numbers because of inflation, whatever. If a house used to be 2 times the average salary, now it's 7 times the average salary. So that means it's way harder. You got to work 3.5 times harder to get the same thing that you were able to get before.
From the 70s, it has risen over almost to 25 times the price.
Yeah, and then what has the raises been in annual salary? It's been, you know, maybe like
it's crazy.
Like half that, like less than half that. You know, the wages increase. You know, if the household prices increase by 25 times, the salary probably increased by 10 times. So it's like 2.5 times harder. That's what I was saying, like 2.5 times or 3.5 times harder to buy a house. It's somewhere in that range. It's legitimately harder. It's not just work. I mean, just get any kind of job and you can support a family. It ain't like that nowadays. People got 2-3 jobs and they're struggling still. So yeah, it is not about, oh, the number is bigger because inflation. No. It's about the average salary compared to the average price of a house, the average price of a car, the average price of healthcare. That it's all about the average price of things you need to survive, the necessities. Average price of the cost of living basically is what you can, you know, categorize that in, compared to the average salary. That's all you need to look at to show you that they are slowly enslaving us.
Yeah, I think it's always been there. The best way to do it is through comfort, like Aldous Huxley was saying. Jailhouse Max says, plus we have to compete with BlackRock. Yeah, because they're buying up. They got some pretty good videos on how BlackRock raises the prices. They say they build 50 houses. They'll purchase 3 of those houses, and somehow they'll do like a whole like scam or some type of, they'll do like a legal loophole type of thing. So that might be a better way to put it.
Yeah, another podcast I was watching was saying the reason why BlackRock's buying that all up is because they're trying to keep people renting. This before, it used to be cheaper to rent than own the property, but you would rent and save up money, and then you would eventually buy a property. But now a lot of times it's more expensive than what the actual mortgage costs, because the corporations are buying up all the houses, so people don't get a chance to buy them, and then they rent them out
No,
at
no,
a
no.
higher
What it
rate,
is,
and people are stuck renting.
they're raising it. Like when they build 20 to 50 houses, they purchase a few of them, and it goes back into another company, and then they purchase them for a high price. So say the houses are worth 250 grand. They
Yep.
purchase them for 700 grand. Now the rest of those other empty houses, they can try to inflate them to 500 to 700 grand.
Yep, because those are called comparables. When you're looking for a house,
Yeah, something
okay,
like that.
yep,
Yeah.
this is a 3-bedroom, 3-bath house. Well, the last one just sold for
Yeah.
700 grand. Well, it was only worth,
or
250 grand.
Yeah, they'll say this one. But
Yep.
Alexis Jun, thank you for the support, brother. He has a question for Scribe. He says, Scribe, are you seriously buying into the American dream zombie lie? Just work hard and you'll become rich in America. He wants to know if you see the question, if you'd like to go into that, if you can hear.
Yeah, I mean, the late great George Carlin said, to believe in the American dream, you have to be asleep. So I would like to think that after all these years of doing this, that I have personal vices, but as far as history and being able to have ambitious ideas of how the world works and maybe possibly pursue that later on when with money and whatever, that's one of my life goals. But no, yeah, obviously there is no what they call American dream as far as working hard. That
Yeah, but that goes against what you said earlier with Tupac. You're saying Tupac was working hard, so that's why he got famous. But really, me and MD are saying he was
working
selected.
hard. He's got one of a kind talent. There's a difference between working hard.
You were saying he had all like 800 songs. He was acting and he was trying to do all this stuff.
On top of all that, yeah. On top of all that crazy talent, he also had that ambitious side of him too. So that's what made him very dangerous, because he can move quickly, and even handlers can't keep up with him. So they had to.
That's like saying, "Oh, I can outrun the cops because my car can go really fast." It's like, there's cops in the next county and the next city, and they got radios, and you know what I mean. Like, it don't matter how fast he moves. When they decide to throw out the spike strips, the show's done for him. They decide, they control how popular he gets and when he gets ended, and it doesn't matter. Oh, well, I'm moving real fast to get all this stuff done. It doesn't matter. They throw out their spike strips when they feel like it. Like, he started doing stuff in the right direction, but as soon as he was making progress toward actually making a change, they decided, hey, we're done with this puppet, and they ripped off his head and threw it in the trash can. I mean, that's all. Doesn't matter how fast he would have moved. If he would have moved even faster, well, he would have only lived to 22 instead of 25. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, it was all controlled is all I'm saying.
The fastness, at least, it built something, a large, history of what he's done and whatever. But it's not really about that. It was more about, not so much the quickness of it, but him saying, "Look, I'm going to do this regardless. Not only am I going to do this, I'm going to write about this in my song. So when I do go, people are going to read this, and they're going to remember why I did this." And
See, here's what I'm saying. Let's say you're speeding towards a cliff, and you're on this like vehicle where something's wrong with the accelerator, that the gas pedal is off, the brakes don't work, and you are speeding towards a cliff, and you're like, well, you know what? I'm gonna just jerk the wheel, make this car tumble, and then it's gonna explode before we even get closer to the cliff edge. It's like he already knew he was going off the cliff because he already made a deal with the devil. He already knew his ending. And so it doesn't matter if he like tumbled off the cliff, were 100 feet before the cliff or 1,000 yards before the cliff, like the ending was all going to be the same. So I don't think it's as courageous as you're saying. Like, he knew it.
I'm saying he's going to deal with himself, saying, "Look, I've unlocked Pandora's box. I can't look back now. I'm just going to see this through. Whether if I already know that that's the consequence. He was in that position. It's like either sell out, shut up, and enjoy my life and make money, and just talk about dumb stuff, or walk the fire and be a man and let him take me out. I mean, how does that not?
Oh. I mean, I'll say, yeah. I mean, he tried to die with honor, tried to die fighting on his feet. I'll give you that one. I'm just saying, like, before he was ever going to make a difference, that they were going to throw out the spike strips whenever they felt like it. So I mean, he tried, fighting on his feet, wherever
Honestly, if you're a millionaire, you haven't done it yet. Like he was already, having money by that time. So let's say you're making money, you already know you're gonna get bigger. Would you, and you find out about this corruption, would you go spearhead that and say, look, I don't care, I'm just gonna do it because that's what I believe in. I got the resources, I got the money, I got the backing. I'm gonna do it, and they're telling me not to, and this is simply what I believe in. Or would you just roll over and be like, all right, I'm just gonna, live my life nice and just be, pretend I'm gonna sleep nice knowing what I know. Which one?
Yeah, no, I'm agreeing with you. He did an honorable thing, trying to, you went out fighting on his feet, tried doing the right thing. But I'm just saying, it's not like he didn't make a difference. I mean, he already made a difference for the bad. And once he tried, once he was starting to make a difference for good, that's when they decided to, they were done with that puppet. It just wouldn't make a difference.
How did it not make a difference if because of him it went mainstream? You understand? Mainstream as in worldwide mainstream, not just US.
No, it went mainstream because people like
he's known all around the world because of this.
It's not because of that. It's because of his music. The people like the thug life music.
With the brain.
And now they're looking at it with more open eyes. It's taken years for them to understand this. It's like okay, for example, the band Metallica. Okay, for example, the band Metallica. You guys know the original bassist was called Cliff Burton, and he was in for the first 3 albums.
Well,
people are just now realizing that his bass was doing stuff that they thought was lead guitar, but it was actually him doing bass. They're just now figuring that out. Mm-hmm. And I knew this, a while back. So I'm just saying, people are now looking closer in these things. Go ahead.
Alexis, brother, thank you for the support, man. He says, Scribe, did Tupac die or shipped off to an island? Which one do you think?
He's definitely gone. I mean, you're not going to be able to control a guy like that. In my opinion, you won't be able to control a guy like that.
So you think he didn't get shipped off to the island, that he was ending?
Very unlikely.
With this one, so you really think it was just work hard and you'll become rich in America with Tupac? You really think it was that?
Yeah, I already answered that one, but I just said it has nothing to do with hard work. It has to do with talent, and if you have intelligence, and if you understand how the system works.
Basically, you think if you got talent, they're just going to...
And intelligence, talent, you have to have the whole thing, yeah.
I mean, you can look at our past, like, I don't know, at least dozen presidents, and none of them had the most talent to be president of the United States.
Oh, none of them. Bloodlines. I agree. That's bloodline related. But I'm saying for entertainment, he does have ties to certain groups. So does Diddy. So does all these guys have ties to something. Because I'm not saying that they're just some unknown dude that got lucky. No, I'm just saying he definitely was involved and decided to detach from all that and go his own route, and he got taken out for that. That's all I'm saying. He at least did that much.
And
how do you know he got taken out for that, though?
I think
he definitely. We're going to debate whether or not he got shot. I mean, come on. I mean, we got witnesses, you got the cop, you got all these guys that saw it.
We're not debating that. We're debating why he got shot. How do you know?
I think it is.
His last album was called what? Killuminati. So I guess
No, but again, it's still speculation.
I got to agree with Scribe on this one. I mean, I do think he got taken out. He started to, awaken up some people, but before he did enough to make a difference. They took him out, and now that we got the internet and people are looking at it, can more analyze the things and think about it. But
do you think that would stand in court?
No, I'm not. There's a lot of things that wouldn't stand in court that I believe in, though, and that is one. Okay. He started waking people up, and then that's when they took him out. Like that is what I think.
If it wouldn't stand in court, it's just an opinion.
But definitely, this is my opinion. We got to say it for YouTube guidelines. Like, definitely, that's my opinion. But yeah.
Well, again, the evidence is what stands. But again, the same people who are trying to take him out are the same people who work for the court and everything else, the system itself. So and he said himself, that one time he got shot 5 times, whatever, it wasn't regular gangster guys. These guys were like some type of undercover thing or something. So it wasn't just gang on gang fights. He was uncovering stuff that led him to other groups that was like, look, you better shut up, or we're gonna have to, because you have too much influence. And he kept saying, "Go ahead, do
You
what you
really
got to
think
do."
so? So how do you know he kept saying "go ahead"?
Because he wrote about it in the songs. Like he literally wrote it in his song. If we
But
go
I
back and
mean,
look at his lyrics, and he's letting his mom know and everyone know, look, they're gonna take me out soon. Don't worry about it. Just know that I'm gonna be more powerful, because this message is gonna go out to the young people that need to hear about it. So I mean, here we are now. So it's unbelievably crazy, but at the same time, it's like someone followed the footsteps of just self-sacrifice. So, he could have said, I'm just gonna enjoy my millions and shut up and grift or whatever, or go full force and get taken out.
Yeah, I mean, here's what I'm gonna say is that even if he decided to just enjoy his millions or whatever, even some of them still don't get to do it. Like Clint Eastwood, he was able to enjoy it, ride it out. I view Clint Eastwood as a like a boomer who had the pension and worked for the same company for 30 years and all this stuff, whatever. I just don't think those deals are even like made or allowed. I think the world moves at a faster and different pace than it did before. And you look at people even like Justin Bieber, like he's whatever company man, whatever, like just following the system, whatever. And then like they just took it away from him, like he rose and fell, and like Britney Spears, Jessica Simpson, whatever. Like I really don't know that many celebrities, whatever, but I know enough to see the pattern. So I just think what Tupac never had the choice to enjoy it for long. Like he could have enjoyed it for a little longer. Maybe he could enjoy it for a decade
Well,
longer
he
if he
had
had been
a
taken out.
choice, Jake. He
Taken out.
decided death. You understand? He decided death because I'm not living
That's
this way.
that's why I don't agree with. I think he was going to be ended early, just like all these other celebrities, or live a very meager life compared to what he was living. But he decided to do as much as he could. But like I said, it didn't matter how fast he moved. As soon as he started making a difference, they're going to throw that spike strip, and he could have just enjoyed the money for let's say a decade longer till his contract was up. The devil came collect his due, but he decided to not enjoy a decade of wealth. He decided to go out fighting on his feet and try to start waking up some people eventually in the future. But so I'm giving you that. He did go out fighting on his feet, died with some honor, trying to do the right thing. But I'm just saying it didn't matter because the damage was already done.
And it came from the most unlikely person, a rapper dude. I'm just saying it could have been anyone else, revolutionary, whatever dude, in politics. No, it had to be this guy to go against all odds and be like, look, I'm on the worst possible opposing side. You can throw me in jail, do all this stuff, kick me around, do whatever you want. And he still said, F you. I'm I'm
Yeah.
not
Hey, Scott,
gonna
what do you think
lay
about
down.
this? Now that he's talking about these things, before. Anyway, he's the most mainstream. I'm not gonna say before anyone else was talking about it. People have been talking about this since, people knew about the Masonic Lodge and the symbols in the White House when it was being built. You know what I mean? So I mean, this stuff has been talked about for a long time. But he was the first, like most recent, first like mainstream person talking about this stuff. Now, my question to you is, he didn't just all of a sudden randomly one day come up with this puzzle pieces together. So there's no puzzle pieces to put together, whatever. I think he was told this information, and then instead of keeping it quiet, he decided to go public about it. Do you think that he was told the information, or do you think he somehow was a detective and put these puzzle pieces together and something like that? Do you think that the elitists,
Yeah,
whoever controlled the industry, what do you think?
they actually asked him that question. The interviewer asked him that. So, how did you learn about the Illuminati thing and all that? He's like jail. He's like, look, jail is my university. That's where I learned, from all the old cats, all the guys who've been there for 30, 40 years, whatever, doing who knows how much time. They gave me these books. I learned. He knew he read, he knew how to write and all that stuff. So he got with the right people in those kind of places, and that makes sense because guys like that who've been around a long time and are in jail are going to know a lot of stuff. So he had the tenacity to actually learn and do that. And then when he came out stronger, wiser, and when he learned more, he got more aggressive, more ambitious. and it just kept
Okay.
that just snowballed.
Now here's my question. Do you think that there might have been a plant in there to tell him about some of this stuff? They knew that he was, you know, a little rebellious, ambitious. He was, you know, trying to make a change, whatever. And they may be, right? The let's just say the Illuminati, in some people's opinion, the Illuminati put a plant in there in prison to kind of guide him, put an old cat in there, but told the old cat what to say or whatever, you know, what books to read, things like that. So that way Tupac would go out and then preach this preach this word, and then kind of tell people about it to satisfy karmic law. Do you think it was all planned?
Okay, that one they asked him that too in the interview. They asked him about when he was still alive that he was going to release the album, the Killuminati thing. And he was talking about, they're asking him, so why'd you call it that? You know, he's like, well, you know, again, when I was in jail, you know, they've been talking about this group called the Illuminati, whatever, and all these families and all this, you know, all the monarchies and all, you know, all the true wealth where it came from and stuff. And
They're saying
he's like,
that
look, he's like, huh?
they're saying that he punched the guy in the face a couple of hours before the incident happened, and that guy was a gang member. So do you think that could have had something to do with his ending?
No, that's just stupid stuff. That was that one guy in the casino, whatever, the Mike Tyson fight. That's I don't
Yeah, but he was
think
like
so. I mean,
and that was right before he got ended, right?
yeah, it was him, and apparently his uncle was the other guy that got his crew,
But
whatever.
the guy that he punched in the face was supposedly like some West Side type of gang member or something. That
yeah, he was connected, but he was like a low end, you know, young guy.
you don't think somebody could have did that? Like, oh, what he did that and then offed him?
Well, that's the cover story. That's the 9/11 official story that you're hearing.
How do you know? How do you know it's not the other one?
They could have hired maybe that group, or maybe there were a group of professionals, you know, that they used that kid to provoke that, and then they brought in these other guys to shoot.
That's all I'm saying. They could have hired a professional to antagonize him to the point where he did, you know, react violently, whatever. I do agree with Scribe that once he started making a difference, that's when they took him out.
So you don't think he got into it with somebody that was a real thug, basically?
Yeah, definitely possible. Like, stepped on his kicks and didn't apologize, and then it started some beef. It could be, but I don't think so.
Stuff like that. I'm not saying it.
I want to answer Jake's thing real quick because I was in the middle of that, and you asked me a question. I'm saying he asked me, could it be possible that the old guy told him that as whatever? Okay. From when they asked him in the interview, okay, why did you name this album, you know, Illuminati? What does this mean? And he talks about the thing, okay, learned it there, about these royal families, whatever, that rule the world and all this stuff that we learned about. He said, you know, I think a lot of that is BS, and he wants to put a K on it. So that's why I put a K on it to kill that, because I don't want. They're pretending they're all super powerful and like gods, and they're not. And we have the power. And once people wake up, we're more than they are, and there's a small amount of people. You know, that whole thing.
You remember what Lennon said? Lennon said, "One guy with the gun can control 100 without it." So all this masses of people, you already know. If you got some weapons, you're controlling the entire mass, just the way we're being controlled right now. And they give us this illusion of, oh, you outnumber them. It's like, only if you got weapons, only if you know, because at that point you got to say, okay, we got to have fresh water, food, shelter. Those are the main things, and they soften us with that. Jailhouse Maxa, brother, thank you for the support, man. Jailhouse Maxa says, I think the elites already have a preset timeline on when to karmically disclose the Illuminati and the families. But Tupac told the masses very early. So he's
thank you. I agree, and only a little bit early. Only a little bit early though, but
I appreciate.
I do agree.
Maxon. Thank you, brother. Yeah, so he's saying that Tupac told him early, that he kind of like somebody else had did something like that.
But this is the crazy part. Not only was it crazy early, it was he's like, look, I'm gonna do something about it. I'm gonna take these guys down because this is not fair. There's no reason why there's people on the street trying, going through dumpsters when you got people with mansions. He's like, that makes no sense. This guy's got 50 rooms. This other guy walking on the street with nothing. And it's like, he wanted to help people. He wanted to get them out of that thug life. He coined thug life being that. They create the thug life. They put you in the slave system, in a school system to live that life, basically, in the poverty and what it leads to. That's what he was against. He didn't say no, be an N word and all that, and be crazy and shoot. No,
He did
none
say
of
that. He did
no,
say
none of that. He's never said any of that.
He talked about it, and then people took it as that's what I should do. That's the perfect
Cop
way.
brutality. He's never said go out and take one of these guys out. Like the other guy's
No, no,
cop
no.
killer and all that. No,
No,
he's never
that's what I'm
said
saying.
that.
I'm saying he talked about it. Like he was just describing the thug life, but people took it on the surface level as that's what I need to do to live that thug life. That's what I'm saying. Like people, that's what they took it as on the surface level. But
do I need to get order 2 sets of sheets for both of you guys?
Look,
Man,
you're the sheep. Come on, this is you have wrestlers openly saying go out and off a cop or something. You have that type of stuff going on. He's never gone anywhere near
This
that.
is the craziest
I
thing.
don't need a set of bed sheets. I'm like in the middle ground because
you don't want to set. You don't want to set. All right.
No, I'm good on the
I
set.
don't know where Jose is that. Jose's supposed to be.
He's revising his position, MD. Hopefully you do too, man.
Yeah, I'm on the middle ground. I just look at it realistically.
I'm not getting the Tupac bed sheets, man. You guys are. And then when they say that, he had a lot of knowledge, people were schooling him. So it wasn't like some guy that was just smart.
But for his age, the guy was taken out at 25. Most people are starting at 25. This guy got taken out at 25.
And that's what I'm saying. The people who schooled him were planted, I think. That's what I think.
He was a plant.
Yes.
How could he not be?
But here's the thing. He didn't know he was a plant.
He himself. Wait, hold on, Jake. A plant that was hired to take himself out. Does that make sense?
No, he was like a puppet, like a plant, like a puppet.
What do you think?
Yes, thank you. Like similar to a Manchurian candidate, but he was more like a puppet who didn't know he was a plant. It's more like that because he definitely tried to rebel. But
if you watch,
he was a plant, but he woke up. How about that?
You gotta watch Industry Hoax Revealed. They try to say his mother's a Black Panther. All of that stuff could be lies. His name was Lassane Crooks. That right there. They named him after a Peruvian revolutionary.
What does his name again have to do with what he did? You see, you want to take the surface level stuff and the N-word thing and be like, oh man, that's the whole thing. It's like
it's not surface level.
So his name has to do with what he is.
He was created from the beginning.
So even Jose's laughing at this dude. Come on.
Tupac.
So he's named something. Now all of a sudden he's a bad guy. I don't get it.
No, I'm not saying he's a bad guy. I'm saying he's a plant. Even the whole Black Panther thing was plant stuff. You're not gonna rebel. It's just like rock music.
Okay, I agree. That was plant stuff. But you're saying that it wasn't possible he turned later when he realized, wait a second, like we did? Like we here in this panel realize this?
Look,
were you balls enough to actually do this or not?
In my opinion, all of them, Jesse Jackson, King, X, all of these guys, it's a show.
I'm saying right now, for me, I don't even want to put it out there. If I was rich and all that, I'd have to choose that. Do I want to stay rich and just be cool, or am I going to do something and go after this thing?
Well, you ain't going after nothing. What are you talking about going
exactly?
After?
So I'm not in that position. He was, and he did. He took that position, and then he made a decision to do that. Who does that? Very rare.
Start a revolution in the world, like Scribe. Is that what you think Tupac's like agenda was to unite? Freaking Jake was like, he was trying to unite like the tribe.
That's what I'm saying. He was a plant, but he didn't know it.
And he was exposing the the Illuminati thing. So all that stuff at the same time.
I mean, MD, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
This is how to order the sheet.
I'm like in the middle ground. I'm in the middle.
Pre-internet, pre all this stuff, and he's talking about this.
The
Okay,
evil
so
And Scrub, that's what I'm saying. He didn't just magically one day wake up and all of a sudden just like he just knew this stuff, or he put some puzzle pieces together. The people who schooled him in jail, those people were plants to satisfy karmic law. That's all I think. They knew that if they told him certain things, he would go out and then say it. So they used him to satisfy karmic law. Then, so and then they ended him. As soon as he exposed karmic law, he satisfied it. They ended him. And so the people who
he
taught
was a
him didn't magically know this either.
sacrificial plant, is what he was.
Well, he was a plant that didn't know it. It's like when you have, so when they used to fix fights in Pride Fighting, they would only tell one guy. That they wouldn't tell the guy who was, going to win the fight. They would just tell the guy who was going to throw the fight. The other guy thought that he really beat up the guy, just his will was stronger. He just trained harder. So that it seemed real and genuine. Just like I think the same thing happened with Tupac. They didn't tell him that he was a plant. They
See,
just
right here. Thank
Yes.
you. This is exactly what he did with his intention, and he wrote about it in his songs. So you can't say, "Oh, he decided." No, he wrote about it in his songs for years. So what?
In his opinion, you can't just say that he did that with there's no proof of that. In his opinion, he thinks that, but so in other words, you think the dude who did that to him, he wouldn't have moved out the way if he could have moved out the way? You think he literally just stood there and said, "Go ahead"? They caught him.
The thing is, remember, this is like several times
in
already
a car,
been shot.
right? So it's hard to
Yeah,
move
they caught
out
in the car, but before that, he was already hit several times. They hit him 5 times. They didn't take him out.
in
And
the
then it happened
open.
again and
So
again.
you're telling me,
So
you're telling me when they did that,
they've been trying to take him out for a little while.
all
at
right,
that
but
point.
why? But that was before. See, and this shows you that your theory, it doesn't seem that that's like, I'm not saying it's not. I'm saying if they try to take him out before he even came out with that album, the Killuminati album. So now your whole premise is wrong, because when they try to take him out before, he didn't even have that album. And you're saying, "Oh, well,
because
look,
because he was going against the government."
nah,
And after
man,
that, it was Illuminati.
nah, that don't add up."
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that.
No, if you look at the timeline, he was rebelling against the
The
government
fact that they
thing,
were
and
trying
then
to
he
take
found
him
out about the
out
Illuminati thing.
already shows that it wasn't because of that. If they really don't want you to say something about something, nobody will hear it. They will shut that down. We saw that at the beginning 5 years ago of this whole thing with the jab. We saw, if they don't want you to say something, oh, they're shutting that down quickly. They don't care if you're a doctor, whatever, president. They'll listen. You're going to say what we tell you to say. So the fact that these guys can say stuff shows us how fake it is. It just, you know what it is? It's this.
Well, it didn't take him long to take him out. I mean, what are you talking about? How fake it is?
And this is why the truth about rap music, the name of the stream, when people say, "Oh, this album is hard" and all of this stuff, they're just brainwashed by it. I was brainwashed by. I still think of, some of the rap I've told you about, Schoolie D and all PSK and all of that stuff. Yeah, it's catchy, but it's brainwashing. It's an implanted program to get you to act to zombify.
Right, there's that kind of music, and 99% of it
All
is
of that. No, there ain't no
and him.
There ain't no
He's rapping about. He's like before we. He said stuff nonchalantly like before we solve world peace, we have to solve the war on the streets. How brilliant is that? Listen to that.
Not brilliant. It's brilliant.
Before we can solve world peace, we got to fix stuff locally first.
The only brilliance is the people who are making the tunes that are using this stuff to brainwash everybody. So that's the brilliance, to get people to act with an attitude, to think that they're a thug.
You're just going to ignore the words and just, again, put them in that category.
The tones to songs can open you up to subliminals that you don't even hear in the lyrics. This is a fact now. If anybody can look, in my opinion, you can look it up. You can see, matter of fact, you can see how tones and of these tunes, you can be programmed. Jailhouse Max.
Yeah, you have the 940 hertz, the 540 hertz. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, brother, for the support, Jailhouse Max. Jailhouse Max says, "Do you think Kanye saying the industry is ran by Jays is similar to Tupac saying the industry is run by the Illuminati?" I honestly, I don't think it's the exact same. Uh, I think that it's all planted. I think Kanye saying what he's saying is orchestrated. We already know he's straight house. We know he's 100% house. Just like I think
Again, remember, there's different categories. I think he's specifically only talking about
they're
the
all
Zionists. That's it.
house. They're all playing Steven from Django. They are all Jesse Jackson, all of these guys. They're all Steven from Django. There ain't no, even the revolutionaries, the ones that try to act like they're
No,
revolutionary.
but I'm saying you can't say all J's because again,
No, no,
you
no.
can't
I'm
say the
not
whole
saying
thing.
all J's. I'm saying all of these rappers and all of them are house. Or everybody who is they are on the plantation to a point where we're all on the plantation, basically, in a metaphor. So I'm saying it metaphorically, like it's
Right,
not well,
and Tupac was trying to call that out for
no,
you and everyone
nobody's
else,
trying to call
and
it
he
out
was
because
willing
look,
to
if
get
you
himself taken
call
out to push that.
look what Jailhouse Max here is saying, like, do I think Kanye's saying the industry? I don't think what Kanye's saying is exactly similar to what Tupac's is saying about the what was saying, right? I think it's that they're both
No,
saying
the
a
kind of thing
script,
is weird. The kind of thing is very. I think that's
but they're
programmed,
both
definitely
saying a
programmed.
script. It's a script. It's
Yeah,
saying it's saying
because why isn't Kanye bringing up the Illuminati?
no. This is the
If
thing.
that's all one group.
Well, this is the thing. It's like to me, from what I'm seeing, is these people are paid. It's a script. They're paid to say this, to say, listen, we're doing something that people won't even think about. They don't even know what we're doing. But just to make sure that there's no attention given to it, the thing in the news is going to be Kanye talking about this. And then, or Tupac saying about this, or Jay-Z saying about this, or Taylor Swift. This is what the news is for. When you look at the news and you, like how Jake said earlier, you say, wait a minute, why do I need to know that a movie is coming out with some, that's not news, that's an advertisement, but it's disguised as news. And matter of fact, everything is an advertisement for your mind, an advertisement to get you think about what they want you to think about, not, hey, what's really going on. And Jailhouse Max said, thank you, brother. The question is saying, it's like, yeah, I think that they're both repeating a script, and it's a diversion. So Kanye saying Jay's, Tupac saying Illuminati. It's
Tupac could be on this stream right now and agree with everything we've talked about.
wow. You just are worshiping Tupac you're so zombified.
What is that? I'm saying he would because
Like,
he
bro,
was pointing at the same thing we're talking about, the
you're
zombification, right?
Tupac.
Where is it coming from? Well, that's the group.
You're Tupac cell. I just can't. I don't know, man. You're so Tupac.
I'm trying to keep it because you put his
This
face
is
in the
an
thumbnail, so we got to
experiment.
keep the topic. We got to keep the
showing me-
topic going.
It's showing me how dangerous rap music is. The way that it has gotten to you. And Jailhouse Max, brother, thank you, bro. This excellent question. Excellent.
No,
Jose,
not rap music. Tupac
I think
and the rap music. I'm saying he happened to be a rapper. He happened to be a rapper. It could have been a politician. It could have been anyone else. It happened to be this guy, and he put it into the lyrics, into words, and he pushed it. And he got taken out for it. That's it. Could have been a. It could have been a publicist. It could have been a whatever. Any other person that went against the thing.
Jose, you got something for him about this,
Bro,
or you Tupac cell, or you saying something to him?
Yeah, I'm telling him, but
All on my side. They know what's going on. Go ahead, Jose.
you just don't, bro, Scar, you just don't recognize how much damage this has done to you because when I was walking, and this is 2025, and I'm not walking. I'm sorry, I'm
No,
driving,
this is
and I see a
2026.
guy. Yeah, we're in 2026. That's what I'm saying. Like we just passed 2025 into 2026, and the damage that this guy has done. You know what it is while I'm driving down the street and I see somebody walking on the sidewalk, and he looks just like Tupac. And he has this freaking shirt, the Tupac shirt on. And I'm just like, oh my
That's
goodness.
dope.
I'm like, this is just wow. Here, like that's dope. Yeah. This guy's identity is based on worshiping. You understand? This is classic zombie. Oh my
What's
goodness, guys.
wrong with having a Tupac shirt, bro? I don't understand.
No, and he looks like he styled himself exactly off of TikTok. You're like he got the haircut, the glasses thing. He's just like you're like bro, like you know what it is when you walk down the street and you
He has to be
pretending
bald and have the bandana because remember
ex-
he cut that off. Yeah,
no, he just like had the low cut, had the thing with the glasses. I was just like, yo,
no
this guy
bald. He
really.
was bald. Like he would shave like completely.
No, I know that eventually he did that for sure, right? But there was a Tupac that had hair before he was bald. You know what I mean? And
No, MD told me there's some dude that had it engraved on the side of his head, and he had like a piercing for the what was it, the earring or something
that
else,
picture
some
was
crazy.
hilarious.
Yeah,
That picture was insane. Yeah, the Tupac haircut into the side of the face. Oh my goodness.
that's dedication. Yeah.
You don't see how this has turned you into, like the rap message zombie just believing in the stuff. It's just, bro.
How does it turn me into a I'm saying you have to look at what the guy did and what he said and what happened and what led up to that. And you look at it and it's not even about the music. It's about what happened to him growing up in the project, whatever, in a bad spot, and then the thug life saying, look, we're poor, we're forced into this. The poverty thing is done on purpose. There's no reason why we have this much richness over here, all of a sudden over here, it's just complete, homelessness and death and everything else. There's just no way that's possible. He wanted to
And
fix that.
being
So
thug and
he
being
and the
thug,
racism and everything else.
yeah, because it's us against them. It's not that this whole machine is orchestrated, right? Is that see that guy he spread a message of hate and division. You can't escape that reality, Sky. The guy promoted division and hatred.
No,
You
he
know,
was trying to bring East Coast with West Coast. Remember that whole war they had with Biggie and all that? He was trying to say, look, forget all that. We're gonna open the death row over in New York, have it on both sides, and we're gonna
saying
combine this. We're not gonna fight.
yeah, I effed your girl too. Like and all this other. I can't come on, Sky.
My girl, what?
He even said in one of his like rap songs and stuff like stuff that he was like dissing uh Biggie and stuff like yeah and I effed your girl too. It's
Okay,
just
that was after he got shot like 5 times, and then he thought Biggie was the one that betrayed him and brought him in. He got, take. So
okay.
that was a
I
big
don't think we
betrayal
got
thing. Yeah.
like
But he was not doing that before that. That was the biggest diss track of all time, but only because that happened. He got shot 5 times because of that, and he almost
uh-huh.
got taken out. Yeah,
I mean, I don't know, man. If he was on this like
that's
pro,
not a regular song. If you look at his regular songs, they have nothing to do with that. That only happened because he got shot and all that, whatever. So
yeah, if he was on for real, trying to do some type of like reveal the truths type of thing and all that, it's because he already realized he messed up, so he's atoning for something. But it's like when you sign the contract, you can't. You don't get out. There's a clause that you can't get out. Like that's it. Like it's like you're in, and if you try getting out, then you're just speeding up the expiration date. That's it, and that's what he
I don't
did.
think he had a problem with the contract. He had an issue with uh seeing the suppression and hidden suppression, and that's what he learned about in jail. Like, look, there's an actual cabal, and it runs, whatever, and there's monarchies and all these things happening, and the government is controlled by that. So once he learned that, and he realized this is all fabricated and it's all created to keep us, in this lower position, then he realized, hey, this is slavery basically on everybody. So, thug life, whatever.
Yeah,
So
yeah. But that doesn't.
he wanted to spearhead that.
Yeah, but that doesn't justify the other stuff. Like the stuff that he had to do to become this like little popular, showman of like acting tough and promoting hatred and division. That doesn't get to go away either. And then at the end of the day, he was gonna get taken out one or the other. He would have lasted longer had he just like like done what he had to do without actually like acting crazy about it after. Like he could have maybe like extended himself longer. He probably was just like losing his mind at the point of realizing like, look, what he did is gonna forever impact like communities
Bro,
and all this.
he's got like 2 albums or 1 or 2 albums where he just talks about that. He's like, look, I've been marked for death and all this stuff. The underlying cause of my arrest. He's getting worried.
but
because he knows that all these things are happening because they're trying to, suppress him, and then they're going to take him out.
when you sign in, when he signed with Death Row Records, or he, whatever it was that he met behind scenes to basically start his journey to popularity, it's like he understood then, but then it's like, oh, then he regretted it. It's like, oh, too bad. You
He
don't get
regretted
to
what?
you don't get to wipe away a slate of harming others and doing negative karma. So going into karmic law and all that stuff, right? Just because like Tupac wanted to try and like make people aware of like like the conspiracies of like, oh, what's really happening in the world and stuff, because he joined a side of the force to get him there. It's like, nah, man, this doesn't change. And then on top of that, like you're just pissing off the hand that fed you, because he got rich, he got famous, he was doing his thing, he had all those things. It's what happens when you sell the soul.
Right, so wouldn't you chill instead of, wouldn't you keep your mouth shut and chill, like, okay, I'll shut up and make my millions and enjoy it,
But that's the thing, like
versus saying, no, I want to go directly after these guys. I want to make an album called Killuminati. I'm going, F these guys, whatever. Which one would you do? Be honest.
but he lost his mind, man, because he understood like, oh, what he
How
was
would you
doing.
no, that's someone who realized, look, I'm not gonna live in this fakery. I can't live fake like this.
He said he
You know.
would. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Lane Staley from Alice in Chains, same thing. His songs letting you know, look, if I can't be what I want to be, I'm better off dead. I might as well just, and he died of, overdose and whatever. It was really sad. So a lot of these people that reach those heights, and they realize, damn, this is not what I thought it was, and I'm being forced to be this way, is it's messed up, man. It's like straight up slavery, dude.
Yeah,
And when Tupac realized that, he's like, "Look, I'm just gonna go after these guys. All right, mom, don't cry because they're gonna take me out. So don't cry about it. It's cool. I'll be up in heaven or whatever." He's comforting his mother in a song before this happens. You understand? This is insane. This doesn't happen to any rapper or any songwriter or any politician or anyone. When you go back and look at his lyrics up to the point where he dies, he literally writes his own, eulogy. He literally writes the whole thing out. Says, "Look, here's what's going to happen. You know, I already know because he's already been targeted. He already knows. So he gets it out there through his writing. So by the virtue of the fact that he did that, he cataloged it, and it's documented, and it's there in the timeline, and he did what he did, and he didn't look back. He didn't waver. He didn't puss out nothing. He went straight for it. I got to put that man. That's someone to look up to and inspire by, because that's what people wish they could do, but yet they're not in the position to even do that. First of all, they don't have the fame and money to do it, nor the balls or the courage to do that. So I got to give this man props that he did this in a time when this stuff wasn't even popular, man. I mean, Illuminati stuff wasn't even, that didn't come out till after, 9/11 became popular. So he already prepared people a decade before that, let them know, look, here's what's going on. So, I want to give him all that credit, the prophet, whatever, and all that, but you look back and just look at his stuff and look at what he says in interviews, then you'll realize, damn, this dude is in a different dimension.
was a savior of some kind. I can't believe it, man. Scribe, you are something else with this man. This is something I would have never expected.
Yeah, it's like I mean, so even though you think that he got off because of the album, and people tried to end him before he came out with that album, that's what doesn't give credibility. And I'm not saying it couldn't be that.
No, the album was like he was already in battle. The album thing
But
was
they
like nail in
already
the
wanted to
coffin.
off him,
It
right?
was
Before the
his
album.
like they already stuck the sword in. He's like, all right, I'm gonna release this album, man.
So wait, no, before the album, like 2 years before the album, when they tried to off him in New York, right?
And that's when he said Biggie betrayed him. He made that song, this song hit him
Okay,
up.
so other
saying
people
that,
already see, this is what I'm saying. So people that weren't with the so-called Illuminati thing, regular people wanted to off him. So why couldn't it have been one of them that did that on, in Vegas. Like, especially he got into
Because
that.
he was already very well protected by Suge Knight. They had, the bulletproof vest. They had all
You
that
don't
stuff. It
think
was
he could have
already
been in on it or not?
Suge. Well, remember he got hit in the head, so I don't know. He got shot in the head. He got lucky. It was because it grazed his head. He didn't get fully shot, but he could have easily gotten taken out at the same time. So I don't think he wanted to take out people. Why would he take out his star guy making up all the money? It doesn't make sense. So, but they said maybe that Snoop Dogg knew something, and some other people. So, but the thing is, I think they talked to Snoop and let him know, hey, you say anything or try something, you're in. We're gonna take this dude out, and it happened right after a Mike Tyson fight. Coincidentally, and that whole thing with this guy, and he punched the guy, whatever, that happened right during that point. So it seemed
But
very
look at the
orchestrated.
image right now, and this is what I'm seeing on a bigger picture. Look at the image of what they're selling to people that night. They got Mike Tyson fighting someone like straight out of basically the slave fights from Django. Then you got Tupac, the rapper, who gets violently thing happen to him, and any other negative image. So they're showing you in one night, basically the images. It's like an orchestrated image of black people that is not positive. It's in a way like, look, we got this guy fighting another guy. Then we have, oh, look, the rappers, and it ends up in death. And other stuff too, the sports stuff, whatever. And it's sort of like
What's interesting, if you look at the last picture of Tupac when they're driving off in the car from the fight, from the Mike Tyson fight, he's in the BMW with Suge,
yeah,
and he's
he's
looking
got
at the
the look.
camera, and you look at his eyes. Yeah,
It
you
feels
look at
like
him,
a
and almost,
stick eye.
but
It
he
seems
looks
like
like
a
he's
show.
like he knew that it's
It's like
done.
a
Like he had
show. It's like it was staged or something. Could it be that or not?
or maybe he knew it was time. It's like, all right, let's do it, or whatever. I don't know. This
I mean,
dude
that's what
was
I'm saying. It's so
because when the cop came up to him, look, when the cop opened the door, he couldn't open the door because it was all shot up, so he had to rip the door open, and this guy falls
the one
out,
guy had
bleeding
a good
everywhere,
point. He
and
said,
and he gra-
"Don't."
and he grabs him, and he's asking him, so who shot you? Who shot you? And he just, the last thing he said was "F you," whatever, and that was it.
Yeah,
But
again, it
even
goes.
even
It's
till
like a
then,
script. It's like a script.
hmm
It's like that. It's like a script from uh, Tales from the Hood. So they made a version of Tales from the Crypt, but they called it Tales from the Hood. It was like a black version, and the actors in it, it was like three tales from the hood. That was like, they got the guy who used to play Link from Mod Squad. He played in a few other things. Like, definitely at the end, I think it was in that of one of them. It was either that, I think it was that, where the guy was on the ground and they were about to off him, and he said like "F you" and all of that, the way they're saying Tupac said. So it's kind of like, I'm looking at it as, I don't know how orchestrated it is, but something definitely ain't. Why would they ever tell us the truth about anything? You see what I'm saying? The music itself is meant to program people. So not only are we getting lyrics that are not good most of the time, and this is definitely 90% of the time. You can look at, people might say, oh, well, Pac had some decent, it's like 90% of the songs were negative. And I'm
he
not
had a
going to
lot of
say,
good songs for the
no,
community.
and I'm
So
not going to say
you're wrong about that. No, you're
I'm not
wrong. You
going
can't just say that.
I'm not going to say that there wasn't 10% that would have been positive songs.
10%. You see, that's what I'm saying. You haven't looked at it, so how do you know? I mean,
All right, I'll tell you what. Well, I'll look it up right now. How many songs did Tupac
unbiased ChatGPT, you mean?
before? I'm asking Google. All right. I'm asking, how many songs did Tupac have before he died? Right. Okay, so I'm asking it that.
Over 700.
So now, massive amount estimates suggest that he created over 713 before his death. Okay. Now, all right.
There's more that was never released.
No. But we can only
MC Hammer
count the
stuff.
ones. We can only count the ones before
Yeah,
his
yeah, I
death.
know. Yeah, I know.
So, see, you're trying to bring stuff in.
Oh, but he was only 25. He was writing multiple songs per
I
day,
know
like
it.
not just
I
one.
know
Yeah.
that. All right. So, how am I gonna phrase this now? And how many? Okay. First, I'll ask how many was positive. But then I'll ask how many were negative. It's not really giving me. It's telling me the 713. Okay. Of his well-known. All right. Something to Die For. That's not a very positive name for a song. All right, so it's showing
Your
about
faith or
it's showing
your
around
dignity
10.
or
Only God can judge me. Dear mama, keep your head up, changes. So you're looking at 5 right there, right? Let's just say, which it's only showing about 10, right?
Brenda got a baby. That's a big one. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, he's got that there. Brenda's got a baby. So it's about, let's just say 12.
Ain't no one talking about babies in the dumpster.
No, but
He
what I'm
actually is like,
saying is,
look, you know.
I'm saying, okay, 12 songs out of 713. So you would need.
That's wrong. That's wrong.
No.
You see, you're summing
What
that
I'm
up.
saying is,
No.
I'm just letting you know, you would need 70, a little over 70 songs to be positive. He does not have 70. So he has a few. He has 10, 12, 15, even 20. So it's not even, I'm giving you an accurate, when I said 10%, I wasn't being mean or I'm just saying, I'm trying to be scientific and accurate and say,
Yeah, but
well,
you're talking about his like platinum
no,
hits
the
and shit.
truth.
You know,
No, I'm talking about the truth. And this
see,
hurts
that
when
shit that went diamond actually
somebody
recently.
says,
Yeah.
look, he made such a good song here, even if it was one song. Say Dear Mama or Changes, or man, he made one really good song. And I say, well, everything else he made is negative, right? It's just the truth. It's not saying anything bad about him. It's saying, look, that's a lot of
So
negative.
isn't it logical to say that he started that way to fulfill the industry standards, but then when he woke up, he made those other legendary songs about good once he realized, hey, they want me to be a thug, they want me to, do stuff like that. That's the
All right,
whole
you want
problem, and
to
that's
know
what he
how
was.
we test that? We test that theory by seeing if any of his
It's
songs,
not
like Dear
testing; it's what he
Mama.
said
No,
in
I'm
his
showing
interview.
I'm showing how to do it scientifically. So to know that right there, how you're saying, oh well, maybe he woke up later, right? We look at the songs, Dear Mama, Keep Your Head Up,
Not
Change.
maybe that if you look at
No, we
the
got to
timeline
see,
of his
is
music,
there
it's,
any songs created when he first came in that were positive? Because that would show that what you're saying is not correct, that he changed. Like he came in, made the angry stuff, and then he changed later on and started making the other songs. So if that's true, fine, great. It still shows that the majority
that
of
led up to his offing because he got too political and too.
well, it's showing you that the majority of his stuff was negative, that had a very detrimental effect, much more than instead of having a positive effect.
Because he was doing the industry standard. That's understandable.
Well, this is where I'm showing you. This is how they win.
A man has to change at some point. Whether or not does he actually do it and go through with it, that's the question.
You're
And
missing
that's what
the
he did.
point. You're missing the total point, because I'm saying that if you look at it numerically, this is why they win. Because yeah, you'll have a few people that say, man, they got some type of positive impact, which I still just don't see, but I'm understanding it statistically. I mean, it's like you don't need Tupac to wake you up about something. You can wake up to these things other ways. So to tell me you got to listen to something that has over a
Okay, so
90.
in the early 90s, pre-internet, right? How would you have learned about this?
Well, one, you can read.
How would you even know to learn about this, first of all?
You could read at the library, but even easier, you can read a newspaper. And
That's not going to tell you anything. How's that going
and
to tell you about world?
and you can keep up on current events. Like, all right, what do you tell me?
So you're
Look
still
at,
zombified now. What?
all right, if you just thought this is why they're so afraid of having fiction and fantasy and stuff like that when Twilight Zone came out. He said they didn't want him to do that. They had to sell them something else that wasn't as strong. And then they were able to go into their fantasy stuff with Twilight Zone. And by then, the network had already purchased the series. So they had to stick to the thing and say, okay, produce the series. And that was the Twilight Zone. One or two was, they had a couple episodes that was kind of bland, but the ones that were really on was some straight Twilight Zone stuff. So
But how does that wake you up?
it wakes you up by having and like an analogy, a metaphor, and saying like, okay, when you look back at some of these things, it gets you to think. It gets you to think like, wow, like, okay, he had one that he made protesting in a way that they had this little young black girl in a cage in Belgium trying to say, look, the theory of evolution, this is somebody that's not as close to being human. And people saw that and it was horrible. Anybody can look up the pictures on the internet. The same thing like putting the guy in the cage during the World's Fair and stuff, Otobenga in the Bronx Zoo, having him hold a chimpanzee, stuff like that. Now, Rod Serling took that and there's an episode called People Are Alike All Over. And they go to Mars, and the Martians are regular people that look like, they're dressed like the Athenians or something with the robes and stuff, the short skirts. And they build him an Earth house, and he's in it. And then outside of the window, it says, Earth creature in its natural habitat. So in other words, people are like all over. Like in a way, it was kind of like trying to show them that, look, how would you feel if somebody put you in a cage and displayed you as if you were an animal? They had another one with the Eye of the Beholder, where they did an operation on this lady's face. And when, they're like, oh my goodness, it wasn't a success. But when you see her, she looks attractive. And then you say, wait a minute, there's nothing wrong with her. And then you look at all the doctors and nurses and they have like pig faces. And that one gave a message to say, holy smokes, it was like a totalitarian type of message. Like if you look at the episode, it gets deep with teaching people in that manner. So it's that type of stuff. Mike Temper. Good.
I mean, it's a cool conclusional thing where the way they end it is cool, and they, you have some insight, but it's not taken as fact, or obviously it's sci-fi situation, or
no, you see
fictional.
you see it as real fact sometimes. Like there's one called "The Monsters Are on Maple Street," and it shows people in a nice suburban town turn on each other. In the middle of the night, they see a comet that they don't know if it's a UFO, and everybody's like, 12 families, 15 families, they're out in the neighborhood, and it's a Hollywood set. And when you see the way that they start to accuse each other, you start to see a lot of the stuff we see in us. They had other stuff. Rod Serling was a very deep thinker where he would talk about stuff like the prejudices that live in the minds of men, and the horrors that we have done and can be influenced to do if we don't think. These are things. The saddest thing about these things is that they're not just limited to the Twilight Zone. They're here in society. They're here with us. And like thinking about that stuff, like Carl Jung, the philosopher, who was like the counterpart to Sigmund Freud, he said everything that bothers us about other people, if we look at it deeply, we'll learn more about ourselves. So like a Buddha saying, like, it's looking for the cause over the blame. You can blame somebody on why they did something, But if you look at for the cause and say, okay, I understand a person did that, blaming it is like actually like a very low low level of thinking, because it's saying no, of course he did this or whatever. The thing is, why do people do these crazy things? Like the guy that just did the thing on a couple of months ago on the subway, right? And I was looking into that. I'm thinking about doing a maybe 8-10 minute video on it, because he was saying that he had called the police a few times and was saying that he felt that he had something implanted that was controlling his mind. Now, it sounds crazy. They arrested him for abusing the calling 911 too much, the way, Dippin did and all of that. Like, you can't do that. You can't abuse the number. But look at what he's calling for. And then not too long after, he does the thing on the subway. So I'm not saying like people try to blame it on an ethnicity thing, when that was not because of his ethnicity. It was because this guy had serious mental problems. That was a mental thing, mental illness type of thing.
But just to reiterate the thing you're talking about, where they said the ape thing, the comparison, whatever, it's like, again, they're going by the physical, where the obvious scientific method to test that would be, okay, can this person of this color learn what we learn? Can it read? Can it do math? Can it do advanced stuff? Yes, it can. Okay, then he's us. That's it. It's that simple. No, they want to go by whatever. So if people are that dumb to conclude that, it's like, no, the consciousness is what dictates
The
what you really
majority
are.
of people, this is the problem. The majority of people are that dumb, and the first law of stupidity
Then that's
says
okay.
that
Then
the
that's
first law
okay.
of stupidity says we always underestimate the amount of stupid people. So all these people that we think or have fallen into the stupidity factor, there's even more of them than we estimate.
I'll just show you how to easily disprove that in front of any scientist or whatever, or Darwinism or whatever, that thinks, we came from chimps or whatever.
The what?
An easy way to disprove that is, okay, does this, do they have the same consciousness? Can they do the same intelligence? If they do, then they're of our species. They're able to reproduce with us, everything else. So they are us. So that should be the obvious.
Yeah. I mean, and I hear what Nazi is saying. The Matrix woke up a lot of people in the 90s, but the Matrix, and this is again not an attack or nothing against Tupac, but how we said 90% of the songs are not positive compared to less than 10%, or let's just say 10% to 90%. That's a big, lot of stuff to trudge through. You're probably going to get influenced by some of the negative songs by the time you get to a positive song. And but the thing is also, the Matrix didn't have a lot of negativity to it. So it woke people up by seeing a film that didn't need a lot of violence, which it had violence, but it didn't need like a lot. It was excessive. I'll even go as far as to say that. But it was more of a thinking movie, because you had to remember that, okay, there's two different worlds here. There's one that you're in when you're plugged in to the Matrix, and then the real world. So now I think in part 2 and part 3, I don't think you needed to see those other parts, because all you needed was the first part, kind of like They Live too. They Live, even though it'd be nice to have another part, wanting another part is saying that we want to go back into Fantasy Island. We don't want to think about what the movie told us. You just need one good part. Like Gattaca doesn't need part 2. If it did, I would say more like a Twilight Zone series. Each movie, or each, like lesser movie, it's definitely not an hour and a half. That's why I see where Twilight Zone was half an hour, Outer Limits type of stuff, an hour. You can tell a good story. I'd say even in like 40 minutes. 40 minutes without a commercial break, you can get real deep. And Rod Serling talked about that with the commercial breaks, that if you have a 30 and you got a commercial break in the 15 minutes, you can't really get deep, because as you start to get deep, the commercial comes on. So you need like an hour slot to where you can get people, interested, or like at least you have some solid time of airtime that's not broken by a commercial or something like that. If you're watching something of that, if you're watching different content like the news and all of that stuff, or like a talk show, easily it's not going to bother your concentration by a commercial. But as far as Twilight Zone and these and like horror movies we see and stuff like that, because you want to get into them, and with the Twilight Zone type of stuff, I think Buck Houghton, who was the agent, he said that these were like little tales of wisdom. You learn from them. So like even with the songs and stuff, yeah, there's songs, and I have to admit that you could hear that you could learn from. Like, and I have to admit, yeah, okay, some of the songs Tupac and other people have sang do that. But that to me, and I'm not saying the song is bad or anything, I'm saying we're seeing how they work. They'll put in one or two things, but the mass around it is negative. So you're going to get infected by more or less the negativity first, or at least a bigger imprint of that. And you might remember, oh yeah, there's a good song, Keep Your Head Up, or Changes, or whatever. But when you see the amount of people that didn't get that benefit of the Keep Your Head Up, Changes, or Dear Mama, they got the benefit or the detriment of the negative songs, and ended up getting in trouble because that's what imprinted on them more. Where the positive imprints usually less, because if you think about how negative influences somehow have a way of imprinting stronger, because we can remember stuff, I guess, to protect ourselves. Who knows? Evolutionists on the religion that they believe in will try to make an excuse or some type of explanation, which is just, we don't know what it really is, because now you're dealing with consciousness, and there is no physical science that really addresses consciousness in a serious manner. This is just the fact. And this is why it's so important to know this before dealing with anything with evolution and stuff, because now they can't infect you with the religion at that
Yeah, notice how they just always leave that out of the science books, and what if we're jacked in consciously to this world, whatever. It seems more like it's gotten to the point it's so ridiculous, almost seems like, yeah.
Aren't they trying to
We're
say
doing the
that
same
now?
thing.
Isn't Neil trying to say that?
Yeah, I guess that's what they're looking. Yeah,
Mhm.
some type of yeah, definitely.
They have to come and make up stuff like that. Well, it could be. It could be like, okay,
But just the idea of a computer should put you at pause. It's like, where, because it used to be punch cards, and punch cards are
when
just punch card, physical, paper.
Oh yeah, with Xerox and IBM.
Yeah, so how do you go from that to counter space to hard drive that you can't see the information? It's inside there
Well, if
somewhere.
you
You can
look,
access it electronically.
this is why it seems almost unreal. But if you look at a lot of ancient stuff, look at the buildings from the sky where they showed it. I showed it looks like computer chips and stuff. Like it could be a layout for, something that looks electronic. And we see this in a lot of iconography of the ancient worlds. We clearly see it in the light bulb of Dendera and the Baghdad battery and stuff like that. I took pictures of the battery as well. I mean, it can be easily made with clay and like a copper tube and I think a lead lining or something. And if you put lemon juice, any acidic thing, you can create a charge enough to light a light bulb, basically. And what do you see carved on the wall? What looks to be like light bulbs, but it looks to be, again, what somebody is interpreting as. That's why you'll see, like when I showed that one thing of a bicycle in Indonesia, when they first saw it from the Dutch, they made the tires look like flowers, so big flowers. But if anybody who knows what a bicycle looks like will look at it and say, oh yeah, that's a bicycle. The wheels just look like flowers, but that you can see it's the bicycle wheels. And this is where, when we look at the ancient world, we see all of these hidden things like this. In music and stuff like that, we know tones, all of this stuff affect us. So to see how the studies are out and they talk about how certain music, certain tones can make you act in aggressive manner. Heavy metal and certain rock music could make you drive faster, can make you be more aggressive. Same thing with rap. Now, the fact that we're seeing this in studies, heavy metal linked to adolescent reckless behavior, drug use, uh, risky driving, and stuff like that. So it's like anybody can look this stuff up and say, okay, so in the studies over here, it showed this, it showed depression, it showed that it could create a shadow type of part in a person's psyche, like where they act, I guess, in one way normal, whatever normal is at work, and then afterwards they get in the car and they're listening to this music. I've seen guys, I've done it myself, you blast the music and all of that. You think about that if we look at it scientifically, that's some crazy stuff. Blasting the music in a car like that, it's clearly not healthy for the hearing. Like if you would think,
we have to be honest. When we're that young, it's like we have to let that stuff out somehow, and some do crazier than others.
well, the real
Getting
way to
drunk,
let
or
that out,
burning stuff or whatever,
the real way to
listening to
let
crazy
that out
music.
is
It's always an extreme, though. Well, when you're that young, you're not thinking about that.
Yes, you
You just
are.
want
When
the
you're a kid,
craziest,
you're running
explosive,
around. You
everything.
can't sit still when you're a kid. They make us sit
That's what
still
I'm
in
saying.
classrooms
And,
until
and,
we
and you're
get
very
used to it.
trendy, and you're gonna go by what's the trend, and you try to fit into a group, and you want the loudest, best, craziest music
No,
and
you
everything
don't.
else.
That's the problem. The group, right before when you go to fit into that group, that's where the parents and the adults messed up, because they weren't watching you guys to say, wait a second, we need to have a class about music, the tones, what it can do, the effect on the ear. Because later on, you'll see it 40, 50, 60 years later. And you'll be like, oh shit. People see it with certain construction work. People clearly see
But at
it
the
in
same
sports.
time, you can't be too shielded, or you're not gonna learn anything.
No, it's not that. What do you mean? You're learning. What do you mean you're not going to learn anything? You're learning more because you're actually thinking and saying, oh, yeah, we can listen to the music, but this is the reason you don't want to blast it and get crazy like that. Because this is what it does. So who wants to do that? You want to make sure
But
that
you were doing it
you're-
when you were like 18, 17, right? You were
I
doing
wasn't
that, right? That you
blasting it
said.
that much. There were times when I was
Well, you were with
blasting.
friends doing it, and you all did it, right?
I had to tell a guy once when I was in the army. I asked him for a ride. He had a car, and he would blast his music. And I mean, he didn't really have the bassiest system. Like, it had loudness, but it had a little more treble than bass. And he needed to have like more bass. So they used to call him a treble yell, like instead of rebel yell from Billy Idol. So he was treble yell, but it was loud. And I remember it was so loud. I had to literally, I was in the front seat. I reached over to the radio and turned it down. And he got mad. He was like, oh man. I said, look, man. I said, come on, bro. So the next time he was like, oh man, he didn't want to give me a ride somewhere. And it was because he goes, oh, I want to play my music as loud as I want to play it. And I was like, I was like, look, man, you're nuts. I was like, you're nuts. I was like, you're hearing this guy come down the block. And I'm saying, bro, this is not healthy to sit in here. And I'm in my 20s when it's happening. And other guys, yeah, they would have it kind of loud, but that something ain't right. I remember one person, he had a kid and his wife, and the kid was in the back seat, man. This kid was just getting drowned out by the bass, and they didn't even have like a like a really good system. It was just like, dag, you just got the radio on blast, and this kid is in the back seat trying to like lay down. It's like, you people are monsters.
Yeah, that's
But
crazy.
everybody's in their 20s, and I knew enough to know that was wrong. Like, yo, if I got a kid, what are you, crazy? It's like, this is why I can't let my kid play with your kid, because some people don't know how to raise their kids. And I look at that and I'm like, any adult as an uncle, I know that, to be like, yeah, I want to make sure the kid is safe and everything. No, you're not going to be sitting in the back and somebody's blasting the music. It's crazy, the stuff I've seen, and people are raised like this in such just a barbaric way. I mean, it's horrible. It's horrible to see that, to where even if you look at it as normal, and this can happen, this type of trauma can happen just from being around loud machinery. The
Yeah, I mean,
bus,
it's.
the bus is
I mean,
loud.
some of these people live for concerts on it. They're just in it, man.
And
They're
that's, it's so zombie. I never felt comfortable at a concert. I remember I went to one, and it had bleachers, and it was in the Caribbean, actually. And I didn't really like, this was in the 90s, and it wasn't great, but the fact that we had bleachers and I can sit far away, because I didn't want to
Yeah, if
listen.
you're outside, it's cool. The messed up ones, if you're like in a small, like in 6th Street, they have like these little tiny dive bars where they have these crazy punk music, but it's like super loud because you're like right there, and it's
Yeah,
like
and the
enclosed.
loudness,
Yeah,
yeah, it's too much. Yeah, the loudness is too much. Like, it's just to me, looking at it scientifically, it's the creation of society that it also creates the need for something else that we're missing. And we're going to this place to try to fill that need. And that ain't the place to go to, where these dive bars, you know, coffee houses, restaurants and stuff. A lot of these places are super, just whack. Regular bars, it's like, it's like, why? It's like, what about, like, they used to have these bookstores with lounges. People would go hang out, they would get coffee, stuff like that. You'd meet more cooler people there, or at the museum, or other places that are like a little more social slash educational. And but the bars, it's like the environment and stuff, the alcohol kind of, it just gives it like I don't know, it feels like a dampening magnet, like it like a some type of dark force. Even though I'm not saying all alcohol is dark, there are some good types of alcohol, like if it's fermented from the right things. um there's a book by Stephen Booner, Sacred and Healing Beers. Some can be beneficial. The majority, it's not. So the majority of alcohol they're going to sell ain't really good. And that would probably be 80 to 90%. But out of the 100%, you can probably find 10% that's, if you want to drink, that's better. It's better than the rest of the stuff, the other 90%. From what I hear, like, I think Sam Adams beer is brewed better than the average beer. I don't know, but I've heard from people
it's
like drink
expensive though.
alcohol.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's not much more though, but what, like 2-3 times more?
I like at least twice. I mean,
But it's much
depends.
better.
Yeah, yeah. It's a lot. It's much higher quality. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
But
so
you're gonna pay
I
for it.
think that
It's
would
like
be,
$15 for a 6-pack or something, or 12. Yeah,
but the quality
yeah,
is much better though, right?
yeah.
It's not just better; it's like noticeably better, right?
Everything, the bottles, the whole thing is better. Yeah.
And it's a higher alcohol content.
I think it's 5%. I think it's like like yeah, maybe 5%, or there's higher too, but the standard, yeah, I think around there. But yeah,
Let's
they
see.
got a lot of varieties. But yeah, before we end it. So you think you converted now to the Tupac thing? Because I think Jake is,
Nah, man. I'm not.
I
I'm
think
not
Jake,
buying the
Jake
sheets, man.
repositioned himself.
I can't buy the sheets, man. I'm not into no rap. Into
All right,
I
I'll send
even
you
some of the
I'll send you the
older
sheets for Christmas present. Yeah,
the
yeah.
older stuff that they have, like even the older light rock and older rap that I listen to, that I still can listen to a little. I know it's a brainwashing program. Now, there's even some classical music that I might like to listen to, like some Mozart or the Beethoven or Chopin or whatever. That could be kind of brainwashing, but like Dirty Benny had said, we don't even know where that music comes from. But I know one thing, if I'm listening to that, some of them, certain tunes, again, not all of the tunes are great, uh, but some you do feel calmer. You do feel more relaxed. You see, uh, you just like if you're driving, listening to a certain relaxing classical tune, you're not really going to speed, really. I wouldn't have the feel, but if you're blasting Judas Priest with breaking the law, and it's like you're driving and nobody's on and you're hitting 80, 90 miles an hour, and you're sitting there breaking the law,
Again,
breaking
that goes back to maturity. And let's say I like the song, if I'm dumb enough to allow my emotions to just go nuts while I'm driving a vehicle, a heavy vehicle, then that's just pure,
why blame it totally? Like, yeah, maturity is part of the equation, but you got to remember this thing is pumping tunes. It's hitting certain tones, and it's got a cadence that's made to get you amped up. It's shown in many studies that it can raise the hormones, get you hyped up. Just the way when you press on the accelerator and you hear like a certain if they have like a very hyped up, like that beefed up muffler stuff, they said that actually affects a guy's testosterone. Brother Arabian brother, thank you for the support, bro. He says, Happy New Year's, guys. Cheers to more live streams. Thank you, Brother Ali. I appreciate that, man. Happy New Year, man. Have a good one. This is, I'm so glad to do the live streams every day. It's been, I think I got like a good 15 days, probably 20 days now in a row. I'm going to keep on, man, for as long as I can. Scribe and I are definitely getting deep on the Tupac thing, but I'm just not converted, man. I just
are you getting closer? It's okay. It takes
I'm not
time.
closer. I'm not
But,
closer because even with some of the music that I really like, I start to be like, yeah, this song, it's catchy, but
that's all it is. They're not talking about
it
anything. I'm saying this
well,
one, you gotta read this one like a book, not like a music thing.
even
Look at
if
it as
they
like
are
a
talking about something, it can get to where once you get the message, that's it. That's it. Because if you have to continually repeat it, you didn't learn the message.
was many messages, not just a few.
I mean, it just Brother Ali says
Like that's
miss
why Wavy liked it
and
because he was supporting the single mom thing. He was supporting the single moms with the keep your head up. That was all about single moms keeping your head up.
maybe that's why
So
Wavy
you don't see any rapper talking about stuff like that or changes or mamas or anything like that. Nothing.
so was this
They
before or
don't,
after
it's
his
hard. They don't want to be vulnerable. That's how you know if the guy's
was
real. They
this
could be
before or
vulnerable.
after he assaulted that person in the bar? Essayed,
Well, that's what they claim. I mean,
right?
that could have been a
Okay.
setup.
I mean, I look at it as all of these guys, celebrities, everybody's in on it. Now they might try to warn you, but they're all in on it. Sometimes when you're in on it and you do damage, like how Ice Cube is saying
And
that.
on what? Getting himself off? I don't get it. What do you
All
mean?
right, look at this. Ice Cube is said to now he's saying something like there's a prison industry connection to the rap music, right? Brother Ali says, anyone that has mainstream exposure is not your friend. Just saying, exactly, exactly. The fact that we got Ice Cube now saying, oh, there, people that invested in the music business also invested in private prisons. So there is a link there, right? But he helped push the agenda because a lot of his music was extremely rebellious.
So why is he saying that now and not in the 90s when Tupac was saying it?
And that's just like what I'm saying, that
See what I'm saying? You see?
Tupac did the same thing, but even worse because he was greater in influence. So he had much more people following him. And when he got all rebellious, and the next thing you know, he got ended, however it happened, whether people think it's one guy or if it was this guy, whatever, now it had a bigger effect on people. Ice Cube, even though he comes out now and he's saying, well, the damage is done. It's too late, too little. Tupac was so quick in his rise and his expansion that his stuff is still now where somebody might be like, look, man, that thug life stuff, you got to leave that alone, this and that. They'll remember some of his good stuff, but the damage is done. Everybody calling himself the N-word.
Again, I just told you the thug life thing, what the true meaning was, but you thought it was something else.
Thug, the true meaning, it comes from a group of people in India called the Thuggees, the worshippers. I think the Thuggees were like the worshippers of Kali or something like that. But that's where the word comes from.
That's fine, but he's saying we're put into this slow life by force to become this, is what he's saying, and that's what he was trying to eradicate that.
You still a Tupacian. You're a Tupac.
He's talking the song. It's like it used to be a close knit community. Now we're all strangers.
I don't know.
What does that tell you?
Look, you might have the album. Brother Ali says most people with mainstream exposure who do exposés give you bits and pieces, but never really expose the guys running the show. Also, don't trust people who talk in ghosts. Build a Berg Lumina. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. It's so true. It's so true that we see this clearly. This is the people that are in the spotlight. You have to be very careful. They're pushing an agenda for the people that are paying them.
And again, you keep saying he's a plant that was designed to take himself out at an early age.
No,
it makes no sense whatsoever.
I'm not saying he was designed to do that, but they have things in place to where anytime you deviate from the program, they got the button to press. And this is
they got the JFK, and he wrote about it in his songs, is what I'm trying to say. Did JFK write about that in his memoirs or anything to let us know, hey, they're going to take me out? No. This doesn't happen normally, is what I'm saying. You don't see anyone doing that. You don't see anyone doing that.
This goes back way before JFK. This goes back to the.
I know, it's just an example. So many people got
it goes back way before. This is why they had things like the Lycurgus cup in Rome that it made out of certain types of nanoparticles where it could detect certain types of poisonous liquids. Just to think about them having technology like that, I could just imagine how far this stuff goes back. But this type of all of these ancient tales of kings being poisoned and having to be careful is very, it's in history. Brother Ali says Epstein is another ghost. He's one of the and the main, exactly. They're hiding, and other people ain't really thinking. Yeah, JFK was one of the last truthers with mainstream exposure and got glicked. Yeah. And again, like how people can see that it's not what they reported. Of course, it looks like it was more than one person, but the fact that the machine is so strong, the average person now might not know like anything about the JFK thing because everybody's getting older. So it didn't happen. It happened before we were all born too. So you look at younger people now. A guy was interviewing people on a campus, and it's ridiculous. Like he was saying, name a country that begins with U, and people couldn't even name. It's just crazy.
I'm just saying, why this artist believe that this guy, let's say, was an agent, whatever, realized or had it, was one of these guys that's like, once he finds something out, he can't take it back, and he can't, like us. So we can't be fake. We cannot allow ourselves to be zombies, and we go against the grain, but
Well,
at our own detriment. At our own detriment. You know what I'm saying? Detriment, as in you're going to go down.
He went in fake when he was taking ballerina classes, dancing for Digital Underground.
See what I'm saying? When he's a teenager, it's like,
no, I'm saying he went in there. It just didn't happen. He knew. See, you're acting like he didn't know how the industry worked, and he got to such a high level, and now all of a sudden he sees the corruption. It usually doesn't happen that way. You see the corruption pretty soon after you enter somewhere. And that's any type of employment.
You could see it through his writings and how it progressed and how it got to a point where he was like, I'm just gonna, there's no way back. I'm gonna have
or
to
could they have orchestrated that?
But that's what I'm saying. Does that make sense to orchestrate? If he was part of the orchestration to say, okay, I'll sacrifice myself, even if he had to go to an island somewhere, you're still exiling yourself from the public, regardless. Is that something that doesn't make sense? Now you have to worry about someone seeing them or who knows. But I'm just saying none of that stuff makes sense. That sounds like Elvis, still alive, walking around, whatever. So, what stands is what he was saying before this happened. And you could easily tell that this is not just some gang fight or some, nonsense or whatever. This went really deep, and this guy was able to somehow get this information and turn against the mainstream media, and on top of that, go against supposedly the Illuminati if they exist, which there's obviously evidence, in my opinion, that there's obviously something of that sort. And to do that in that time period when we didn't even know what was going on, to even be in that war, to do that is amazing. It's like this guy was fighting a war that we didn't even know was going on in the early 90s. Did you know about Illuminati in the early 90s? No. So
I knew
the fact that he already knew this
before that.
Well,
I can't believe it, man. I just can't believe
you knew about it before that.
I can't believe that you really. It doesn't matter.
What library did you go to?
I think what happened was you have that. He gave an impression on you about something that's similar to the virgin type impression. Like you didn't know. So he basically, you woke up, you got de-virginized to the truth about something. And for some reason, the person that gives you the truth that presents it to you, most of the time they ain't a saint. They ain't somebody that's like, no
one's pretending he's a saint.
You deify this guy, basically, man. The fact that you deify Pac to the level that you I'm flabbergasted. I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
Well, he walked the path of what they call Jesus Christ and got crucified for it. He got crucified, and he knew it, and that's why he put up the crucifix. The album cover was him crucified on the cross.
Wow!
So he's literally writing his own eulogy in his songs, letting you know, look, I'm going to be crucified, but it's okay because I'm willing to not be a coward and enjoy my millions in grift. I'm going to be a man and stand up and take it. And to me, that's like one of the dopest things I've ever seen. Tell me someone else who's done that.
I think there's some combination of your religious trauma and rap trauma that kind of.
Bro, any of us who are rich and famous would not want to mess that up. Nobody is crazy wants to mess that up, even if they found out whatever. They're still not going to mess that up. Would you mess that up?
The two types of trauma you've been infected with have bled together: the religious and the rap trauma. So now you're religiously rapping to the point where you think that this dude is similar to a religious deity? And
I'm
that,
saying he followed what they call the Christ path, where you
well,
have to go against the grain,
how?
get beaten the whole
By,
time, go to
by what?
jail,
Punching
and
people
then
in
end
the
up on the
face?
cross.
By punching people
End up
in the
on.
face? Is that what Christ would do?
Hey, hey, Jesus went over there with a stick and he started beating all these
Oh my
merchants, turning their
goodness.
stuff over. I mean, he got
Holy
up on that too. What do you mean? You think he's a saint as well?
straight
I mean,
on
he did his thing too.
Christ. I can't
I'm just
believe
saying
it.
he did it before because Jesus was apparently 30, right, when he got crucified. Pac was 25,
To
so he didn't have enough
Christ.
time.
Holy
You
smokes.
say the fact that he did it in real life in the mainstream is inspirational because it means that there's something there, and it does, and it did. The waves are still going, and times 30 years later, he's still, prevalent, very prevalent, and that means something. That's not just rap music, whatever. No, no, this was a completely different thing. This is more political than rap music or whatever, than anything else. And it's a symbol of, one guy could pop. If you're in the right position with the right, you could do something. That's why these billionaires are obviously controlled, because if you get a billionaire on the loose like that, that's going to be tough because he's got, do a lot of stuff.
I
So
don't know, man. I can't
that's all I
even
gotta say. I'll end it right there. That's all. That's what I gotta say about Pac. He's
you
definitely an
are.
inspiration, man.
All right. Yeah, I mean that's it's I I mean, yeah, that's your opinion. I'm glad you I mean, yeah, it's a tough one, man. The rap, I just don't see it um as being Brother Ali says, as far as Jesus, I gotta agree with Scribe on this. Jesus also said that I'm here to bring a sword, and that father will go against sons, daughter against mother, etc., for the truth and his message. But what would the message be? That's what I'd like to know, Brother Ali. That if why would a father go against a son? And so yeah, for the truth and his message. So what message would that be? I'm very interested in that one. Yeah, I remember you mentioning it before. um
It's like,
yeah.
look, I'm here to bring it. He got the sword.
Bring
It's like you
what?
want to mess around. You know,
But I thought it was
and he's
about turn the other cheek. So I don't. It's confusing. It's confusing when I look at it.
well, you can't just roll over because you're not going to get anywhere. He's like, in
But
certain
then why would it
instances, you
say
might
that?
have to bust out the sword.
So, but why would it say to turn the other cheek then? You see the
Depends on the
difference?
situation. If it's over stupidity, which people off themselves over dumb stuff, over just saying a word, then you turn the cheek. But if it's for something that you believe in, it has to be done, and the tyrants are just not letting it happen, and they're abusing people, whatever, your people and all that, then something's got to give, right?
Um, I mean, I'd have to. Yeah, it's definitely got some mind, without a doubt. There is, I'd say, everybody's got a piece of the puzzle. All religions has a piece. We look at different things, and it gives us a broader look at the big picture. But um, I mean, as far as the rap music, I think the rap, the rock, the pop, it's like the tones, the messages, the costumes. Everyone, every genre and subgenres have their own costumes. You see the difference between regular rock to death metal or heavy metal or punk or pop. We see clearly the different uniforms that people wear. And it
Well,
seems
I
to
mean,
me,
again, that's another stuff. The punk and the rock and the heavy metal. That's like, just look at what they're talking about. Like, look at the lyrics, like Metallica, and some of these are about, like the war. That one song, One, where you see the guy in the bed, he's missing his limbs, his arms, his legs. He's stepped on a landmine. He can't see. He's got the gauze over the face, over the eyes, and he's just saying, he just think can't talk, can't hear, can't see. And in his mind, he's like, just let me go, unplug me from this machine. You know, I don't want to, you know, and that's the whole vibe of the song. It's like, you know, the you know, the
I
after
remember
effects
that.
of
I remember
war.
that. But
Yeah, the
why are
after
they
effects of
making
yeah.
that? Why are they making that?
To let you know the horrors of war, to let you know, look, you know, this could be your father, this could be your uncle, whatever, you know, and we're over here doing this for what? You know, and then that kind of leads up to again who's causing this, and that's why the Tupac thing is so important because you know
How does this get
it
back
was
to
brought to
Tupac?
light it was brought to light
Oh my
early
goodness.
before we were like you saw the
How?
comment earlier. They said there was a timeline. We weren't to know about the Illuminati stuff like that until the internet was
Oh,
created, until we can go out and look at that stuff that's out there that we cannot access to libraries and you know the resources. So he did it before that. He brought that to light way before that. So the timeline wasn't set for that. So he was like a glitch in the matrix. Like that wasn't supposed to happen until later. And then the stuff he talked about is happening now. And he's talking about you know the youth and what's going to happen and how it's going to look weird to us, but the truth looks strange. And we left them a world that's cursed and it hurts. So he's letting them know that look, you know, you know what you're doing to these people. You know what it's going to affect you, but you're going to do it anyway. And that's what I was fighting for. And you took me up. That's fine because I'm still talking about it in these songs. You know, he's even got a song where he's like, you know, people fear me. You know, people talk crap. You know, but that's when I'm gone because they fear me in the physical form. Like he has crazy
you
lyrics like
are
that. Like he's already dead and he's letting people know what's going
you're
on.
totally infected by the Tupac thing, man. I can't believe it. It's like, I mean, and I'm happy that you look at it.
I'm saying who writes stuff like that, especially in a rap song.
Holy, somebody trying to program you. That's who writes something like that. It's like, bro,
They programming me if they're already if
it's
they're
like I cannot
fighting for the same
believe
cause that I'm fighting for, you're fighting
this.
for. How is
This
that
is music.
programming? How?
The way this music and this whole
If he agrees with
uh,
what we're saying
this
and what
whole
we concluded
lifestyle that they
30
create,
years later, and
this
he
whole
agrees with all that, he's
character.
like, yo, that's what I've been talking about.
You know,
What are you gonna say?
Tupac.
Oh man, you wore a tutu, so I can't talk to you. Are
No,
you for real?
you know, Tupac is a character, right? You know, he's not a
It doesn't
real
matter.
person. You know, he's
He
a
could be
character.
called whatever he wants to be called. Okay, the guy I saw, and the guy, you know, if he wrote those lyrics, then there's
He's
something
a
there. So we
character.
gotta say he didn't write the lyrics. That could have been someone else. I don't think so. You read those lyrics, there's no way. The depth of them, what he's talking about, is unlike any other song, especially a rap song that we know of. And it's based off the heart and the mind, and you know when something's real. Real recognizes real. So when you read stuff like that, you know how deep it goes, and there ain't no gain or grift or talking bad about nobody. He's talking about unity. He's talking about why can't this happen? Well, there's a control mechanism in place, and here's these guys over here doing this on purpose, and we got to be in this thug life thing and whatever and all that. So this is a created environment for you, and we're unknowingly being enslaved, thinking, "Oh, just work hard or whatever," and all that. And
So,
it's a big
do you
joke,
still listen to Tupac?
bro. They got
You
you know
listen
what's
to
funny
him
now?
today?
Now they got like hundreds of different songs people have mixed with him, and he's still got music coming out even though he's been dead 30 years, whatever. That unreleased stuff, whatever. So it's like I don't know how many movies he's got. He's got he's he's
Now,
probably like the most redone person since he's been dead. He's released I don't know how many albums and how many movies. It's insane.
this is a good. This makes sense. Brother Ali says he respectfully says that if they offed Pac for telling the truth, they wouldn't give him any publicity and allow him to release his albums. This is what I'm saying. Yeah.
No, he's correct. He's absolutely correct. But that's what I'm saying. It happened at such a fast trajectory that once he already had the thing out, they knew that he was gonna release the album. And they was like, we're gonna just kill him, just take him out before he even can release the album. So it was like that. It was already planned, it was already set up before even that album came out. So yeah, that was already in place. You know, he already knew about it and he was writing about it. So yeah, that's why he died at
But like
25. That's why he's so
rap,
yeah.
rap might be declining, which I don't think it is. But if it is, they're just gonna have another form of mind control
Even here in Panama, the girls I know, a lot of them, like here in Panama, they're all into the rap thing, the Travis Scott, the whatever, the Cardi,
Yeah,
all that.
that's why I don't think it's really
Yeah.
declining. I think, you know what it is? Drug use is probably going up so much that people just ain't caring about music as much, probably. I would even say that before I said rap. Rap has infected every form of music there is. It's like they've pushed it to that point. This was planned.
I don't know. I mean, again, it's like a sword. Would you use it for good or use it for evil? You know, it's an instrument. It's an idea that can be, you know, harnessed however you want to do it. So, but again, the industry is always going to be using that to for negative purposes. You know, the military, everything. It's always going to be, if it was used to heal, that's going to be turned into some sort of weapon or whatever. But in my opinions, but unfortunately, that's how it is. But I'm saying when you see a little bit of light like this, it's like you got to kind of look at that and be like, how did this even happen? You know, and it happened in a time where I don't think they were ready. It happened like early. If he tried to do that like in the 2000s, he would have been shut down way earlier. Like, yeah, because the internet was out. You know, much more exposure. Imagine him with access to the internet. That would have been crazy.
I mean, I don't know, bro. You have rap music still popular. Yeah, they definitely declined a little bit, but they're just, I mean, we see it in like many other forms, like pop and this, all these like cross forms. Like, what type of music do you even call Post Malone?
That you see, that was where they try to bring in the country with the rap. So he's like a hybrid between those two. So they're bringing in all the genres, K-pop, whatever, and trying to mix that with rap and R&B and all that stuff. And so now it's just one big mixture. Now you have all these little dudes, little this, little that, little whatever. And now they got little dudes that are white and they're popular. Like the one dude that I think he offed himself or overdose or something. What's his name? Little whatever. So many of them. It's insane. I mean, ever since the Little John, Little Wayne stuff, it's just like little dudes popping up everywhere, and they're all different races, white, next, whatever. And you got Takashi 6ix9ine, whatever. All these little dudes popping out of nowhere, and it's all nonsense. I agree with that. All complete nonsense. And they got the tats on the face. Now
But
the big thing
Tupac
is,
wasn't nonsense. Tupac wasn't nonsense, though.
no, if you read the lyrics, that's what I'm saying. You got to read it like a book. Don't read it like music.
So what's to say these other guys ain't geniuses?
Read the lyrics. What are they saying? Is it just a catchy song? Stupid stuff about girls, about my chain, whatever? That's what they always be talking about. No, he's talking about world peace. He's saying, look, before you can fix that, you got to fix the local community first. You got to fix the neighborhoods before you can even think about world peace. It's like,
And
that's wisdom.
he didn't put a spell on you, right?
What do you mean? What, he's casting black magic now? What are you talking about? I mean,
Bro, you're so into Tupac. I'm like,
he's giving you general wisdom knowledge that we're not following today. That's an issue. We're not following these things. These things are falling apart. Social media, all these things are pulling people away. Now they're on the phone. Now they're not part of the community. Now they're strangers, neighbors. That's not normal. That's what he already predicted all this stuff, before that. So he's letting us know, we're turning into these just jacked into the matrix, the virtual matrix that we created. And that's what even created through what? Computers. And that's not even part of natural progression or selection or anything else. How do you account for computers and AI and all this crazy stuff that's happening now that has nothing to do with natural anything? That's scary. Meanwhile, we have the dog over there sitting there just eating his whatever, just chilling, in his mind, nothing's changed. But in ours, it's like, what are we? What is this? It's insanity.
I don't know, man. I'm not too
Crazier in the video game or any movie. What?
I'm not a Tupacian, man.
Tupacology. They gotta create that for as an essential course in college, so people can actually you know,
There's a
treat each
guy
other.
that created the college course for Tupac in California, I think. Right?
Really?
I can't
That's
even
cool.
believe it.
You see, that's something to actually do. I'm surprised they don't got a church.
Wow. That's
Church of
crazy.
Tupac and him on the cross. Yeah, that'd be dope. He got his own street name now.
I can't believe it.
At the same time, they arrested that one dude that talked on Vlad, and he just blatantly said it like an idiot, and got that's hilarious.
Who? Somebody on
The guy that was in the car apparently when it
yeah,
happened.
AP is he said he uses Tupac lyrics to just pick up lines.
That could work, man. Yeah.
Goodness. That is hilarious, bro. That's like I mean, I don't know, man. The music, this is this is this is textbook 101. The fact that you have become Tupacian shows me how controlling music is. So from songs, you became a follower of Tupac. That's
Again,
crazy.
it's not. I don't see it as songs. I see it as a message that was fulfilled, but it cost him and his life.
Parables, religious parables to you at this point. This is, you might be the guy that starts the Tupac religion. you might be that dude. You know something, man?
I have to.
Holy smokes. Yo, Alexis, brother, thank you for the support. He says, Scribe, thoughts on New Year's zombies?
Yeah, I mean, it's that repetitious hunger that everyone has, thinking they're going to change, the next year. Meanwhile, they get drunk the same night and then have a hangover and then wake up and, I guess, New Year's resolution. I mean, at the same time, it is good to think that and prepare yourself. But yeah, it's a very temporal effect initially. It's like once you do it, you're gonna do it. So yeah, the New Year zombie is in full effect right now. Definitely.
Yeah, they definitely. Thank you, brother Alexis. New Year's zombies, bro. Definitely everywhere, man. This is I mean, we are the survivors. 2026, we are survivors in the zombie apocalypse. Brother Ali, thank you for the support, bro. He says CGA also loves Pac. I stopped watching him, by the way. Wow. Wow. I remember, yeah, you said you used to watch him. He loves, oh man, him and Scribe, man. I don't know what it is that they got, but yeah, wow. CG. I heard he yeah, his whole thing, I guess since he had that debate with Wilson, but even Wilson got crushed by that girl. But yeah, brother. Thank you, brother Ali. He says he hasn't watched him for wow. Wow, that's wow, man. That's CGA. Yeah, I didn't watch it, but I saw the clips. Like I think they were
Who is
saying
that? Who's CGA?
Coach Greg Adams. Remember that the guy who he would he was I think he spoke at 21 Claws. Yeah. He but yeah, that wow, he loves Pac too. Holy smokes, yeah. He's got a pretty big channel. I think he's a 400,000 subs. He gets a good live stream, like 2,000 people watching and stuff. But he's from back in the sphere and stuff like that. I mean, the
So
fact
Pac
that
has a few songs. Pac has a few songs that were on video on MTV. He's in a white tux in heaven, and he's talking about being in heaven and asking God, like, "Hey, is it cool
But don't you think that that is
nothing.
pre-orchestrated? The fact that all of this stuff just he happened to be on the cross, and next thing you know, he gets off, and now you straight getting religious about
It
him. And
sounds like it, but
it
it's
sounds
not
like
because
you were not. You might be
that's
starting.
why it's incredible. That's what now you're starting to get it. You see, now you're starting to figure it out.
I'm showing you the program that they used. I'm giving you a blueprint to say, look, bro, this is how they do it. This is how they keep people. Look, you got people who are very addicted to Eminem, very, very much. Brother Alexis, thank you for the support, bro. He says Tupac delivered a message, yet the same amount of zombies exist today as back then. His message was a plant. Yep, exactly. Exactly. He might even be responsible for zombifying, honestly, a lot more people. I mean, the amount of people that are Tupacians. I think Scribe might have to start the church of Tupac. Yo, you might get paid. You never know. Tupac Church, man. Thank you, brother Alexis. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, Tupac, I
Well,
think
there's a lot more people
plant,
today now,
plant.
so we have to account for that as well.
Years ago, Pearl Davis used a comment against CJ back in the scam, but then she got groomed by Dirty Eddie and got into the sphere. Wow, I didn't know that's how she got into the sphere. She's still like, I think they're trying to roast her or something now. Wow, she used a comment against CJ. Wow, the whole yeah, Dirty Eddie, I think he's got somebody called No Fugazi that actually does him. Like he's the protege, kind of like Sartain is the protege for Rolo or something like that.
Well, we can't say that yet the same amount exists today because he was that spark that lit that in the 90s where almost nobody knew about it, where now they did know about it and let that go through 9/11 to keep going. And now it fading out. Yes, so we need another thing to happen for people to wake up again. So it goes in waves. It's like, don't wake
No,
up, go back to sleep. Wake up, go back to sleep.
he's saying how Tupac is yeah, yet the same amount of zombies. Alexis, brother, thank you for the support, man. He says Scribe doesn't realize that the elites know what happens in the future and who becomes famous. What happened to Kirk was foretold in the movie Snake Eyes 3 decades earlier. And yeah, man, you have a very good point with that, man. I was talking about that the other day, thinking about that movie, man. I appreciate that, man. That really it makes you think like how do you remember
they're not fully 100%. They can control certain things to happen like that. Yes, they have 100-year advances. They plan stuff for decades. Yes,
I mean,
but they don't get everything perfect. Look at 9/11. Look at how sloppy that was.
who
So
knows? I mean,
they don't get everything perfect. And there's always in the Matrix movie there's a glitch, the deja vu glitch with a cat. That is the glitch.
I mean, there is something either with the a way to jump or travel throughout time. Maybe I don't know if it's short spurts or like the other one would be to be able to orchestrate it 3 decades, knowing what happens in the future, like Alexis is saying. Yeah, Scribe he's saying doesn't realize that the elites know what happens in the future and who becomes famous. And so the same thing with Pac. You see, they know all of this stuff. They don't need, they kind of it's like this is orchestrated. So when you think this guy did, woke you up, great. It woke you up, whatever. But when stuff like the movie Snake Eyes, man, this is, yeah, man, that had me when guys were telling, when Alexis was explaining, I said, this is just amazing, man. And Brother Arabian, yeah, Pearl is cool. Yeah, she's cool. She's kind of big.
I mean, I would like to think 99%, they have 99% under control, but there's that 1% or less that
and this is where
Alexis
he's got a good point. He said, so there's no way the elites didn't know Tupac was turning against them. He was a plant. Exactly. You see, so it's kind of
they knew when he was releasing albums about them, and then they took note, and it's okay. This guy needs to get taken out.
What he's saying, Kirk was 3 when the movie came out. Their prediction is spot on. Yeah, it really, really, there is
Well, they definitely have stuff that they've
there's some
perfectly planned. It happens, but then there's going to be the other side that they don't have full control over. Like they don't have full control over cryptids or anything that's outside of the norm. They don't have control over every single tiny little aspect. They do have control over a lot, but not to the point where every single thing has to go exactly how they say. It's not, I mean, look, I mean, if that's the case, then God's messing with us. That means God is doing this, and your destiny's pre-written in stone, and that's just you're just fulfilling a movie, and that's all there is. Yeah, that's what Nazarene believes in. But I'm saying I think there is some point of where someone decides to rebel. That happens in history, and if, even if they have this, 1% chance. I'm just saying there's always room for a tiny bit of error. Any company, I don't care how good they are, whoever, is always going to have a small margin of error. And that's for any simulation or anything of such is going to have some glitch or something in there where that one guy decides to go the other way. There's always going to be an uprising at some point in history. That's just part of the balance of the universe.
No, I think a lot of this stuff is planned out. They put these plants, they plan it out in advance.
Hey, are you planned out? Let's ask that. Are you planned out? Am I planned out? Is Alex planned out? Are we planned out? Do they have it to the degree where they can literally plan us out and figure out what's going to happen with us?
If they can do that, that would be Manchurian Candidate. They could have us.
So the level you're talking about, we could be doing that. We don't even know we're doing it.
We could be candidate right now. We could be Manchurian Candidate right now. The technology would be so far ahead to where, in theory,
what's the point of even talking about it if we're already programmed?
I mean, just imagine. It's a possibility.
I would like to think I have some form of control and some form of decision making intellectually. I would like to at least think that much.
Imagine how advanced smart dust could be. That could be one way. I mean, the fact that they're finding plastics and
is that consciousness?
In the Bible, it said that one fate is predestined in Ecclesiastes. Therefore, it is better to eat, drink, be merry, and enjoy the work and fruits God has given you. Yeah, man. Alexis, brother, thank you for the support, bro. Alexis says, Scribe, what if we black pillars are experiments? What about that, Scribe?
Yeah, I would definitely, because I couldn't believe it. Because when I first saw MD on LFA, whatever, and then I went to the channel, I had no idea what the black pill, any of that. I had no idea that certain basic, what I thought at the time was common sense would already be kind of known, but yet the black pillars are talking about the looks and all these things that should have been, in my mind, I thought it was already evident to understand that a good-looking guy can get, a hot girl, whatever. So for me, that was already kind of understood. But then I realized the guys that don't have that and never experienced it, they need some type of assurance or something to I guess help them on that quest. So for me, it was like common sense, obviously, but now I'm seeing, since everything's, the more the social media and the high tech computer stuff and everything else nowadays has created force people into solitude that wouldn't otherwise be in solitude. They'd be out playing, doing whatever normal, but now they're in front of a screen or whatever, and that's all they know. So yeah, they've been shunned out of the outside world versus people that grew up earlier. So I can see how now all of a sudden they have to learn these basic skills that should be already apparent, already part of your man, growing up and maturing and doing all that. It should already be evident, should already be known. So that means that there's a lack of information about it, and they've allowed this to happen. So yes, definitely an experiment. You go ahead, MD.
Yeah, yeah. It's we definitely experiment life itself. Very, very, very odd existence. Without a doubt, through society, when we look at it, we are being, in my opinion, experimented just everywhere with the water. The fact, all right, if we don't have a water filter, so you need a water filter in some sort, whether it be like a pitcher based filter like Brita or something like that, some type of water filter. And if you don't have that, then you're the experiment on whatever you're not filtering out. And even with a basic water filter, I got to see about getting a better one. I mean, it's tough. It's ridiculous. The fact that you would need a reverse osmosis one to really fully clean it. And if not, then you're going to be drinking, ingesting what is in the water that you would have been able to filter out. That is an experiment. Food, whatever they put in the food that they don't have to label, yeah. The 2-pack pickup lines in the Coachio. Yo, this is hilarious, man. This is hilarious. But yeah, man. Red Blur, good to see you, man. He said, yeah, man, the LFA. Yeah, bro. That's when Scribe first heard me. Yeah, on the LFA one. Yeah, man. Alexis, brother, thank you for the support, bro. Appreciate it, bro. He says, maybe Black Pillar's destiny are pre-made due to them wanting to experiment on people who has true free will. Wow. So maybe Black Pillar's destiny aren't pre-made due to them wanting to experiment on people who has free will.
Yeah, so he's saying that since they're in an experiment, it means that they're kind of controlling. Obviously, they're controlling their ability to do anything as far as going outside of that. So he's saying that if they were to be able to go outside of that and they weren't controlled, then they could change to do something else or something like that. Yeah, that sounds right. Because if you're not under that stress and under those shackles of all the stuff that you have to deal with in everyday life, then and also where you come from, because that community could have a certain thing that doesn't exist somewhere else, and you have to deal with that. And who knows, your family and whatever, and your all these situations that can happen, but it's due to an experimental you know knowledge to see what happens and whatever, then you're part of that statistic. See, never want to be a statistic. So if we're in that experiment, which obviously we are in many different facets of life. Again, I can only conclude again that this is some type of simulation. The fact that we're creating simulations is just wild, and anything beyond that, I don't know. Because I mean, when you watch these movies, I haven't seen anything beyond the holographics. Like when you can touch a hologram, and like a phone, instead of a screen, it's a hologram, and it could be like a tiny little cube you sit on the ground or whatever, and it's a giant holographic, holodeck thing that they have like in Star Trek, where it creates an environment and you literally it looks real. When you have those abilities, I mean, that sounds like some godly stuff. When you compare that to an animal or whatever, your dog's looking at that like, I don't know, that's crazy. But yeah, who knows where this is going to lead? I mean, to me, this is like an ongoing dream now, to where it's gotten beyond any movie or any book or anything we can even imagine. When it used to be, oh, good life, chill, okay, job or business or something, just basic, you know, chilling, whatever, doing. No, now it's turned into a straight up Skynet, situation, AI takeover. I mean, just some crazy, like, movie. That's the only way I can put it. And it just sounds so fictional, but yet it's real. You know. But yeah, we're getting at 4 hours soon. I don't know if you want to keep going or.
Yeah, I got some stuff. I think that yeah, you're right. There's many black pillars destiny aren't pre-made, man, due to them wanting to experiment on people who has true free will. Yeah, man. This understanding and looking you know, it really it expands the mind. And no,
Okay, see this.
yeah.
I want to touch upon this before we end it. So this is a big deal here because when I came on your stream originally, and I heard guys talk about the rope thing, and it's over and all that, and we had a guy call this over, literally come on, but then later he saw the light, he went to the right area, he geomaxed, he wasn't a passport bro. Um, it's again, it's back to your awareness factor, your intelligence. If you feel that what they want to say it's over, where I never think it's over. I'm saying what I'm thinking is if I'm short and I'm not, you know, good looking and all that, I'm in a certain scale to where I'm already pre-programmed to know what I can and can't get. I should be. Where the opposite again, I can't even say game, but that's the whole other side where they want to pretend. But if I already know this, then I'm gonna act accordingly to my stats and only interact with other women of that same similar, you know, situation. So you're on that same scale, but yet the problem comes in when people think they deserve more. And that's where the ER thing comes out and all that stuff, and they get mad. And again, it's like something told them that they're entitled to these things, and that's what skews the whole thing. So it's really about men understanding their place, you know, in the phenotype scale, the height scale, the whole thing, to understand, where you fit in as far as that. Because that seems to be like the biggest issue now. Guys are like, "Oh man, it's done." Okay, it's done for the girl of this stature, but it's not done if you are willing to go with something you're supposed to be going with, and you're not entitled to think, "Oh, I deserve a 7 or an 8 just because." Because what? No one, you got to fit in where you get in. I mean, that's all there is. And if you want to get mad over it, no, I deserve this, therefore I'm mad, therefore it's over, then that's how you're gonna take it. And that's the disassociation factor of just being completely delusional and understanding your awareness of what's going on. Look, dude, you're 5'2", you're this, you're this. Okay, you can make some money, you can do this, to offset that, disadvantage. But people want this, quick pill to fix everything without having to do anything. So, and then they get mad. Oh man, see, it's messed up. It's over. It's like, well, you ain't, what have you done? Nothing. So yes, regardless, even if you were good looking and you did get women, it's probably and you don't do anything, you're probably still gonna be in a situation anyway, right?
Alexis says, if BP being experiment true, how close are the elites watching us? It's just everything is being watched. The way, in my opinion, it's and I think it's been that way for a while. So right now, the surveillance is like pervasive. Like, I mean, to the point where it is everywhere. It is. It's like, what is not
Say that
surveillance?
we're allowing that's the great
They're
deception
watching.
of the AI. We gave them all our info unknowingly that they're going to take that
Yeah,
info and
100%.
create the
Yeah,
AI based on that.
yeah.
Exactly.
No, 100%. And Brian
'Cause people
Nichols.
don't know
No,
when they go on Facebook and these places, they say
it's
in fine print, we once you upload something, we own it.
yeah, the Brian Nichols, no, those are doomers. Doomers are the ones that give up. The black pill represents the truth actually in the book, uh the black pill. So you could always check that on Amazon. Um if yeah, they are watching. They are. I mean, I don't everything, the surveillance, the computer, the cell phone, especially. The cell phone is just off the Richter scale, man. Yeah. Armor. Yeah, armor. And it just, yeah, when I think about it, it is it's definitely it's definitely a surveillance society now. I mean, I'm paranoid on that because in a way we already know what that they really can't be the elite or whatever anybody wants to talk. Just basic the people that control certain things. It's hard to say that we can trust them. I mean, look, they'll take money and say they're giving it to another country, and it's like, well, wait, do I even get to say anything about that? And it's like, no, that's crazy.
But if we're honest, everyone's out the profit to the point to where if you can get away with something, you would, right? So let's at least be real on we want to take shortcuts to get more money or whatever it is, or maybe slightly tell a white lie to get more money or something. So we ourselves have to look at our own ambitions and our own greed
You're
factor when it comes to that.
you're more technical to answer this question on Alexis is asking.
How does our phone know when we say, "Hey, Google, here's it"? Yeah, all electronics in your phone are active at all times. So there's an interval setting to where it records a certain amount on the mic and on the video, and that's cached through the system, and then it's always listening at all times. So that's all that stuff is by default through the firmware that the companies. Now you can get a phone that's hardened to where they call it hardened, where they'll take a phone and they'll put all the security measures in where it can't turn the camera on, it can't turn the mic on, it can't scan where you're looking, it can't see all the different things you're looking at and IPs and all that. So there are ways to get away from that. But yeah, I mean, as of now, all the default phones are wide open as far as that.
Hmm. Brother Arabian says, yeah, he saw when he worked for Google and Tesla and wow and Meta. You can see how they got darker. Yep. You see the difference, the change, the possession, basically, for lack of a better word. It's as if they get possessed with the vice of greed, and just you see the behavior, and yeah, a lot of companies. It's like companies that look after, they grow more.
But it was really strange to me because I started the membership software back in 2001, 2002. Um, and our thing was membership software. So when they come in, you click on a sign up form. That's part of the membership thing where you have to fill in your first name or last name,
Mhm.
whatever it is. You sign in, you pay for something, whatever it is. So that's the gist of a membership system. And then later when I found out that like MySpace or whatever, or these other ones before MySpace were collecting all this information, and then Facebook was like insane. It was like, okay, we want to know everything to the point to where if we show a picture, even though you're not on Facebook, we can scan your face, and if you put your mouse over your face, we know who you are. Even though you're not even on Facebook, they know who you are.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking like, wow, this to even have the ambition to track every single little thing. Because I'm tracking a bunch of information through the membership system. Because I'm thinking, okay, it's a membership system. They want to know a lot of things about when you sign up, depending if it's for a job or if it's for college or whatever it is. The form can be extensive.
Mhm.
But I'm just thinking of that information. No, these guys want to know, your location and all this crazy stuff. And it never even dawned on me to be that greedy or that crazy to want to know everything about you like that, and or what you bought for lunch or whatever.
Yeah.
That level of tracking is to me insane. And obviously it goes against your privacy.
Well,
So the fact that
there's no such thing as our privacy.
yeah,
That's
so the fact that the fact they're doing that and they're allowing that on a public level is mind blowing.
it's like there's never been. We've lived in a world of illusion, thinking these laws apply to anybody else beside us. It's like the slavery at a point. It in a way, like Huxley's saying, It's a painless concentration camp where we we know it so well. We're so accustomed to it, the comfort, even when it's really some crazy stuff when you think about it. It really is. Like we would have to understand, like the people say, oh, just live in the woods and stuff like that. Well, okay, you need to get clean water. Now, this is the craziest thing. It's one thing to get clean water and you'll have to have a filter system. But the other thing is, that they're dumping stuff in the water. So not only do you have to get a clean source of water, most of the time you're going to get water that you're going to have to filter out stuff your own government put in the water, or a company might have put in the water.
Exactly. And you have that going on. Meanwhile, this one actually kind of made me feel bad where I saw this older gentleman, like in his 60s. He was in court. And this is when I was looking up the stuff about the SSKV trust and stuff like that, about the law and whatever. And he went to court, and the judge is like, okay, you foraged for food. So he foraged for food at a pond near his house, and apparently the cops saw that, arrested him or whatever, and then they brought him. So he's in court, and then he's like, he's citing acts from like 17 whatever and 18 whatever, that the people are allowed to forage for food, the property, as long as it's whatever and all that. He's having to fight a case because he went to a pond to catch a fish by his house, and he was going to go to jail because it's considered, illegal or whatever to, I guess, do that. And I'm just like,
Wow.
this type, to have to deal with that kind of insanity is just stupid. I mean, it's like, I'm not here trying to forge for it. It's like me picking an apple off a tree. Oh, you're going to jail. That's it.
That's crazy. That is freaking crazy, man. That's like, I mean, it's to the point where I'm like, people would need to get investors. Like Jake asked, what would you do to teach children? Like, I'm like, well, you definitely would need a school, like Drew homeschool, but he also knows that a network is stronger, because now if you have a network of homeschoolers, that's giving the children also a social element to it, which even somebody who's homeschooled without that can still experience social elements by going to the park, the library, stuff like that with their parent, and they'll see other kids. But the network of homeschooling, if people were to have somebody to fund the building, or with the technology, it can be done online. So if the parent,
that's what I'm saying. The fact that schools even still exist when we have the internet, where you can customize a program for your kid, is just mind blowing.
Well, reason that to me, the reason is because they got to get the cage prepared. They're preparing the ultimate, in my opinion, they're preparing the ultimate electronic cage, to the one that people will love, that they'll clean the filters before they put the goggles back on. See, I'm not that accustomed to the phone. There's people my age that love the phone. They're always, some people I notice are just with it. Me, it's talking, text, but the computer, I like using anything online. I'd rather use a computer. Other people like the phone, so they do everything.
You understand? For me, the phone is miraculous, because I remember back in the day.
You're more technical, but the thing is that everybody younger than you, that they're on the phone fully, almost.
And again, let's not mislabel. It's actually a little supercomputer. It's not a phone.
No, it is.
It happens to have a phone feature, but that's barely what it does.
The ones who aren't are probably, if they're on the computer, it's because they work on the computer. So it's easier to work with a bigger screen on the computer and the keyboard if you're doing stuff that
Look,
requires
today I can literally grab this phone I have right here, a Samsung, Ultra, and I could put it on the big screen on my monitor and
Mhm.
have a external wireless keyboard and literally do the same thing on a phone.
Yeah, yeah.
I
See
don't even need
that?
a PC.
Yeah. See me, I just rather doing the regular computer, and eventually it's going to get to where people won't even do what you're doing with the phone. They'll be putting on the goggles, or they'll have the glasses where it projects the image and you can see whatever it is. So it's like it's coming to that. It's coming to that. So the schools and stuff like that, they're just to me, it's not that they're behind, it's that they're preparing. They're saying, no, we want to make
Oh, but
sure.
remember, there's the obedience class, which is the most important thing when it comes to school. You have to raise your hand to go to
Mhm.
the bathroom. You have to
Yeah,
walk the line. You
yeah,
have to obey. You have to force feed this information, whether you like it or not. You have to remember it, spit it back out. So you continue that same treatment, and they're gonna, without that tool, it's for them. It's no longer school. Now you're not, because school obviously you're not really learning. You're being forced to learn certain things, and you don't really get to go out there and do anything.
mhm,
Again, you don't get to learn about money. You don't get to learn about banking or anything else of
yeah,
how these, once I'm out of here, how do I pay for my house? Or how do I get a car? Or how do I just get a basic bank account? None of that. They don't teach any of that.
yeah,
None of that. So you going out there like an idiot, not knowing what's going on. And this is school. So it's more of an obedience class, a light form of what we call prison or something, to keep you in line to see who's gonna rebel and all that. That's really what it's about.
yeah. You're right about that. It's yeah. I mean, I don't think schools will exist the way we know them today in about 5, 8 years, 10 at the most. Right now, there's a lot of people I would think that school online only because you can learn more. I think they were saying a couple of months ago that AI was teaching some kids, I don't know if it was China or somewhere local, maybe even maybe Canada, even uh, in 2 months or 3 months, they learned what they would learn in 2 years. So AI had a way of boosting the amount of information that can be
But,
taught.
but but here's what they want to do away with though. The AI thing now is the reverse effect to where now with the phone, like before when you had the cell phone, you used to actually have to remember, you had to actually use your brain to dial the number.
Hmm.
Where now nobody remembers anything because they have everything. So
Yeah.
now with AI, now it's not knowing, now it's knowing what to ask. So now they have to reverse that and say, okay, just ask for these things. These are in the guidelines. These other things do not ask for. Don't talk about these other things. Only talk about these things, and you'll be fine. So before you had to remember all of it, now you don't have to remember it so much. Now you have
Hmm.
your virtual God ready to tell you what to do.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
But now
it's
you're not human. Now you're not human. Now you don't know what it is to go out and play. You don't know what a woman is. You don't know how to have sex. Nothing. It's
well,
just
what was human
you're
to begin with? See, that's why with the Human Origins book, it's it lets us it goes back and points toward things that could explore those areas to say,
I'm
hey,
saying, do you see why the black pill, the questions that are being asked there? I was just like I said, when I first went to your channel and I listened to a lot of when I first went, I didn't go on right, I didn't go on, on the panel right away. I listened to maybe like 2 weeks before I jumped on, and I just could not believe that these things were not understood and that there was a doomer thing and there was, these other things. And I was like, wow, this is where we're at now. Because I didn't have an insight to that prior. I only knew what I knew.
mhm,
I had no idea that there was all these virgins and all this stuff going on, and just basic masculine knowledge was, gone, and it had to be retaught. And that's where you came in. You really brought it forth, and you helped a lot of guys for free, mind you, every Saturday. And you know, that right there, you're gonna get credit for that. You know, you did that on your own time. You didn't charge anybody for that. And you went out, you know, in some cases you'd have bent yourself backwards, you know, dipping, all that kind of stuff. So, you know, the backstabbing, whatever. So you went through it, but you did what was just and what was proper and what men needed to hear at this time, especially now, even more so now, 2026. So I just had no idea it was this crazy and this bad, you know. But yeah, I think I'm probably gonna jump
Yeah.
out, jump off
No, I
soon.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
I appreciate you being on here for any time that you can. Yeah, B, I got I'm working on the Human Origins book. It should be, I'm looking at within a few days. I've been pushing it since Christmas to try to get it out. So I'm hoping today I edited a little bit. So I'm getting close. It's very close. And yeah, it's a serious scientific goes into taking the piece of the puzzle that everybody has and trying to form a bigger picture genetically, uh, historically, archaeology, and other sciences, mathematics to calculate probabilities and stuff like that. So yeah, the Human Origins book, it's really deep. I feel that that's the most important. Should be out very soon, but right now, I have Spellcaster and Secret Words. Those are on Amazon. So those are there, and and also different genres of books, uh, Black Pill, Dating Circus, stuff like that. So yeah, but in this one, this is where I'll be publishing the Human Origins book. So it'll be Spellcaster, Secret Words, and then I'm keeping the name private until I'm ready to publish it. But once I publish it, I'll have a short video, a video, and then of course the stream that night to start introducing it, and it gets pretty deep. Yeah, it gets pretty deep. Thoughts on it? Elvis, you know, Elvis, man, I've heard this one lady, she was saying that Elvis is actually um he is he was mind controlled. So like mind controlled from uh from the government actually. So it's like, yeah, so you know that, and then when you think about it, just the fact that Elvis is so well known, it makes you wonder. It makes you wonder that, wait a minute, why is this figure in history so why it's so prominent? You know, Elvis has left the building. Elvis, you know, in Vegas, people imitating, I mean, Elvis impersonators. I mean, his Elvis was some real like phenomena beyond phenomena. But one lady said that she saw him projectile vomit, like he started vomiting. He was on stage during like a rehearsal or something, and that it seemed to be like two people from, I don't know if she said the CIA or something like that, did something, had like a trigger word. So they are reports supposedly about certain instances where they were already, I guess, conditioning people like that. I mean, some of the stuff is crazy when you think about it. It's just yeah, it makes you wonder. Yeah, it really makes you wonder that what's going on. Yeah, it definitely makes you what's going on. I mean, it just there there are so many things that are hidden in plain sight, things that we're told of, just like in the Matrix. It's like almost everything we've been told is a lie. And now we're saying, wait a second, wait a second. Like a lot of people that we've heard about in history, we find out that they're either totally different people or their story comes from somebody that was much older. So that's another thing too, that, hey, wait a second. Why was I not told the truth to begin with? Because that's one big thing, to know that you're not even worth being told the truth. That's seriously, if a person doesn't really think about that, it could affect them subconsciously on a subliminal level, because you're still processing it somehow, but you're not thinking about it. But when you think about it, maybe it has some type of defense to say, wow, I wasn't, it's not that I was just lied to, it's also that I wasn't worth being told the truth. So that lets me see a little more, to see my worth to a person, not totally in every area, but in the area of the question, to see, okay, does this person is not going to tell me the truth when I ask questions in this area, whether it be a private part or something else of their life. So as opposed to something else, some people are just going to be untrustworthy all around. Other people, you say, okay, they have a selective honesty. And then other people will be more honest than some. That when I think about it, that's something that people can learn from psychologically when they interact with people, because that's just something I think when kids are younger, or teenagers and people in college, they do learn psychology, but really social psychology, it's like a whole different thing. Social psychology is like talking with somebody and seeing the response and learning how to interact with people. But I could just imagine in the future how it seems like it's going to be where people are going to be more and more not physically interacting with each other. And if they do, it will be for, it seems to be, less amounts of time. I'm not sure 100%, but it seems that it's being pushed in that direction. Yeah. Tomorrow I'll be working on the Human Origins book again. And I'll stream tomorrow night, I would think around 9. I think I went on a little early tonight. But yeah, I'll try to keep the streams earlier and then see how long they go on. I do put the link on the top, so if people want to join, we are able to have guests on. But yeah, well, I thank everybody in the chat, man. Thank you guys, everybody that came on. You guys take care. Have a good night.